Let's pray. Almighty God, we humbly receive thee to look for favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that in the form this high duty acts in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, counsel of righteousness, the land shall wrong his neighbor, counsel of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, counsel of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, counsel of peace, where government shall rest in the will of the people, and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who strive to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give thought and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, votes on proceedings, 6th August. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. Yes. Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, page 17, item D. Mr. Speaker, the referrer, I believe the table office might have.
Please go on with your thing.
But, Mr. Speaker, the referrer is supposed to, under normal circumstances, be to the Finance Committee. The issue is has financial implication. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that maybe there was a mistake. So accordingly, I crave your indulgence to use your powers to amend accordingly and make the referral to the Finance Committee of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm fortified by the rules of the House. If you can't believe, I shall refer to it. But Mr. Speaker, the law is your portion. Sure.
The matter shall accordingly be referred to the Finance Committee for Constitution and Report. Page 19, page 20, 21, page 22, page 23, 24, page 25, page 26, page 27, page 28, page 29, 30, page 30, page 32, page 30, page 34, page 35, page 36, page 37, 38, page 39, and page 40. Honorable members, the rules and proceedings of 6th August 2020 as corrected are hereby admitted as true record of the proceedings. Honorable members, item 3, business statement. Chairman of the Business Committee, Honorable Leader of the House. The Honorable Majority Leader of the House.
Speaker, the Business Committee met yesterday, Thursday, the 5th of August, and our main business of the House for the 13th week ending Friday, 14th August 2020. The Speaker seemed to me that there is a mistake on this, because if next week Friday is 14th, certainly yesterday was 6th and not 5th. So, Mr. Speaker, the meeting held yesterday, the 6th of August, and business was arranged for the 13th week ending Friday, 14th August 2020. The Speaker, the committee accordingly submits its report as follows. The Speaker, you may read available communication to the House. The Business Committee has scheduled the following ministers to respond to questions asked of them during the week. The Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources, the Minister for Special Development Initiatives. The Speaker, there are two ministers who are expected to attend upon the House to respond to questions during the week. The Speaker, pursuant to Order 70, Sub 2, the Ministers of State may be permitted to make statements of government policy. A statement duly adopted by you, right Honourable Speaker, may be made in the House by in accordance with Order 70. The Speaker, bills may be presented to the House for first reading in accordance with the 120, and bills of urgent nature may be taken through the various stages in one day in accordance with Order
motions will be debated and their consequential resolutions have been taken during the week. The House is scheduled to sit on Monday, the 10th of August 2020. Sittings of the House shall be extended beyond 3 p.m. as stipulated in Order 42 to enable the completion of scheduled business for each day of the week under consideration. Mr. Speaker, it was recommended during the presentation of the business statement last week that the House may adjourn Senate on Monday, the 10th of August 2020. However, even on that day, and at that time, I intimated that a number of critical businesses are still pending, which may not be completed by the third Monday, 10th August 2020. And yet require parliamentary approval before adjournment Senate. Such businesses include the Development Finance Institutions Bill 2020, the Industry of Skills, Training and Entrepreneurial Development Bill 2020, and Security and Intelligence Agencies Bill 2020. Items already presented to the House. The House is also expected to consider the receivables-backed trade finance facility for the purchase of cocoa beans for the 2020-2021 crop season. In view of this development, Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee recommends that the House sits during the week under consideration to enable the completion of the outstanding business in order for the House to adjourn CAD on Friday, 14th August 2020. Mr. Speaker, let me, however, indicate that the minority members of the committee who were present yesterday disagreed with the House adjourning on Friday, 14th August 2020. They indicated that the House should endeavor to complete the outstanding businesses and adjourn not later than Wednesday, 12 August 2020. Right Honourable Speaker, having regard to the tall order of the outstanding businesses earlier alluded to, honourable members are entreated to endure just 2 more sitting days in order to dispose of all the important businesses. My information is that it's required to commence the next financial year. Mr. Speaker, given what we are going to do, purpose to do between now and the electioneering campaign, in the heat of the campaign, it will be difficult to have that clear mind to deal with it. There's a reason why we thought that we could deal with it. Mr. Speaker, the major issues have been identified and indeed smoothened out. So I believe that 2 days, maximum 3 days, we should finish with that bill, in order for us to be able to adjourn on Friday. Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to imperil the lives of colleagues. If anybody is exhausted in this House, Mr. Speaker, it should be me. And so I should be concerned. I should be the first person to working towards an early adjournment Senate. The majority leader, however, made the point that because of the consideration of the bills, the Speaker, I agree with that statement that he has made. Been in this House for quite a while. If there's any parliament that has thorough in the passing of bills, it is this parliament. Seen any parliament that after amendments have been proposed to bills, they have sat down, the Speaker, to clean it up the way we have been doing. It's never happened. Since this Fourth Republic, it has never happened. It's the reason why we have been able to pass such monumental bills as the land, which effort started way back in 1998, but it couldn't be passed. The Companies Bill, again, the effort started in 1998. It couldn't be passed. This Parliament has passed it. The Corporate Insolvency Bill that we have passed. These are monumental bills that this Parliament has passed. And if any Parliament must be commended, it is this Parliament. And for anybody to say that we have not been thorough enough, I think it's an unfortunate statement. And I disagree totally with the statement made by the minority leader as far as that is concerned. Speaker, the the Minister of Finance certainly doesn't lack planning. We need to be thorough. These matters come, they are generated, they go through cabinet, thorough discussions before they come to. That has been the routine, the Speaker. So, if anything, cabinet has also been very, very thorough. Matters are referred to cabinet committees. They come. If there are problems, they are referred back before cabinet gives final approval. And oftentimes, cabinet even has to go through all the provisions in the bill before they come to Parliament. So, Speaker, that has been the style of President Nana Akufo-Addo's cabinet. That will be most thorough, both at the executive level and at the level of Parliament. The Speaker, what is right to be done in order for all of us to have useful outcomes? The Speaker, thank you very much. But let me end by, Speaker, restating my plea to the minority leader that we will not just keep members here for nothing. We'll do our best, and as I have assured, Speaker, if members stay in enough, if as many as possible stay in enough, so that we share ideas, we'll be able to finish with these bills early enough. When it comes to the consideration of the bills, how many people are in the House? How many people are in the House? The usual people who help me in fashioning out the bills are the people who
This morning, a publication in a newspaper, Herald, page 2, giving prominence in the front page, and moving on to the inner pages, the paging not being that clear. The paging is blurred. But that statement is titled Esna Owusu Running from Accountability on $89 million Kelny GVG deal. It is a contorted representation about the Honorable Minister running away from responsibility in Parliament. And honorable members, this kind of approach to reportage of events in this honorable house must be eschewed. The headline is woefully misleading. And it's a misreport. I read it myself this morning. And in many ways, the presentation grossly misrepresented the proceedings of this honorable house during its sitting held on Wednesday, 5th August 2020, and casting insinuation on the conduct of the Honorable Minister of Communications. It appears some of the members who come to the House continue in this style, which is not parliamentary, so far as my mind is concerned. If you look at our standing orders, Order 30, sub 8H, publication of false, perverted, misleading, distorted, fabrication, or scandalous reports, books, or libels reflecting on the proceedings in Parliament. It's not permitted in this honorable house. And I wish to draw attention to our rules. According. And if this practice should continue, they should result in appropriate sanctions. On that day, I did not order, as is clear, and it should be very clear to anyone who looks at the Hansard. I did not order that the minister must appear on a particular day. I said that particular issue is adjourned to Friday. There's a big difference. There's a big difference. And this was misrepresented to be in tandem with a prejudged presentation of the Honorable Minister so-called running away from accountability. There was reference also to a letter from the ministry. And that is also part of the record. Any person who cares to know may want to know. That letter came from the civil servant, the chief senior servant, as to the fact that
answers being prepared, as we all know, prepared by civil servants, were not ready on that particular day. Every minister, past or present, will tell you, and there are many in this honorable house, that there's nothing you can do when the appropriate answer by the relevant ministerial civil service authorities have not been concluded. So if anybody runs away with a minister running away when answers being appropriately compiled by civil servants are not ready, it's misleading the public. And especially when the truth is readily available and was made clear on that very day. Honorable members, on behalf of the whole House, I wish to warn, and for the last time, nobody drew my attention to this. I read it myself this morning, and I was not happy. I was dutifully unhappy about it. Everybody was misrepresented, including my good self. It should not happen again. And I want it to be put on record that the next time this happens, appropriate parliamentary sanction will be applied. I thank you very much. Question *757. Mr. Samuel Nati George, Honorable Member for Ningo Prampram, you ask your question.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Communication how much incremental revenue has been made by Kelny GVG in the past years.
Honorable Minister, your question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to seek your leave before I proceed to the answer to clarify a few matters which occurred in the House on
Order. Honorable Minister, answer your question.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to seek your leave to clarify a few matters which occurred on the floor of the House on the 5th of August when this issue came up for discussion.
Order. Honorable, you take your seat. Anybody who is a careful listener will know that the issue being addressed by the Honorable Minister at this point in time has not been raised by me. The Honorable Minister is now making a chronological analysis of the dates of the so-called filing. So please, we have to listen. Honorable, you see, when a point is being raised in an analytical manner, you should analyze where we have reached quickly. Then you wouldn't raise certain issues. Honorable, you are permitted to give a prelude. Go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Those who are shouting are out of order.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we received communication from the House dated the 27th of July, requiring the Ministry of Communications to respond to certain questions on the 28th of July. This letter from Parliament dated 23rd July was received by the Ministry of Communications on the 27th of July. Upon receipt, the letter was forwarded to the respective agencies to provide their response. Because of the late receipt of this letter, it was not possible for the Ministry to attend upon the House on the 28th of July when we were required to respond to the listed questions. And we sent notification to the House to that effect on the 27th of July. We were later informed that we would have to attend upon the House on the 5th of August to respond. Mr. Speaker, as at the 3rd of August, we had not received the response from the National Communications Authority or the National Information Technology Agency. And so we accordingly wrote to the House on the 3rd of August to notify the House of our inability to attend upon the House and respond. The communication from the National Communications Authority and the National Information Technology Agency was received yesterday on the 6th of August. And I have a copy of that for the records if you so require. It was received on the 6th of August from the Ministry of Communications. And so it disabled us from responding and attending upon this House on the 5th of August, as we were required to. And we notified the House on the 3rd that as at the 3rd, we hadn't received it. In view of the holiday, intervening holiday, I believe that was why the House was notified late about the communication from the Ministry to the effect that we'll be unable to attend upon the House. With the enormous respect that I have for the House, there is no way that I would willingly or willfully refuse to attend upon the House to answer any question asked by honorable members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I could not have been running away. Mr. Speaker, Section 14 of the Communications Service Tax Act 2008, Act 754, as amended by Section 7 of the Communications Service Tax Amendment Act 2013, Act 864, mandates the Minister for Finance and the Minister for Communications to establish a common platform as a mechanism for verifying the actual revenues that accrue to service providers for the purpose of computing taxes due to government under Act 864 and revenues accruing from levies under Act 775, which is the Electronic Communications Act, as amended by Act 786 of 2009. Pursuant to this legislation, Kelny GVG was contracted on 27 December 2017 to build and operate a common monitoring platform, which is an integrated single platform connecting to nodes in the networks of all mobile network operators and the Interconnect Clearinghouse, where traffic and revenues can be monitored. The National Communications Authority and the Ghana Revenue Authority are the implementing agencies and beneficiaries of this project. Mr. Speaker, the common platform has four main components: fraud management, traffic monitoring, revenue assurance, and mobile money monitoring. The results achieved so far indicate that with less cost, we've achieved more value for the nation. The introduction of the common platform has resulted in savings of $1.1 million monthly over the previous contracts, resulting in a total saving of $66 million over the 5-year contract period. The NCA was previously paying $915,969 to AfriWave, while the GRA was paying $1.675 $492 million to SUBA, totaling $2,591,462 every month. The NCA now pays $596,490, while the GRA pays $894,735, a total of $1,491,225 every month. This gives us a saving of $1.1 million every month on the contracts as signed with Kelny-G Region. Additionally, unlike the previous contracts, the common platform offers real-time monitoring of 2.5 billion transactions per day within the telecom sector, covering calls, short messaging services, mobile money transactions, etc. Although there was some level of monitoring by SUBA and AfriWave at the time, both companies primarily depended on after-the-fact CDRs, which are call detail records from the telecoms companies, and could not independently verify these numbers. Today, we have an online and real-time monitoring platform directly from the same information sources as the telecoms companies into the common platform, as the system independently monitors and verifies declarations from the mobile network operators and gives the NCA and GRA 24/7 full visibility on all transactions within the sector. Mr. Speaker, the fraud management component has from inception to the end of July 2020 made tax savings of over 327.3 million cedis. Over the life of the contract, the common platform is expected to deliver tax savings of approximately 799.6 million Ghana cedis. This comes with a state-of-the-art fraud management system known as Telecom. Through this, the common platform originates 150,000 international calls into Ghana every month to detect fraudulent SIMs, which are automatically blocked. On revenue assurance, Mr. Speaker, the common platform provides the following to the Ghana Revenue Authority: revenue to the government by top-ups, measurement of top-ups per operator by the common platform, and revenue to the operator measured by the common platform consumption. With this, the GRA is now able to verify the various revenue streams of the mobile network operators, plug revenue leakages, and more accurately predict revenue trends from the sector for planning and policy formulation. For mobile money monitoring, Mr. Speaker, the common platform has reported monthly usage for July 2020 of 63.6 billion Ghana cedis, 307.1 million transactions, with 104,600,000 cedis generated by the operators in transaction fees, with further breakdowns of transaction types for informed policy decision-making. Under declarations detected, the introduction of the common platform has uncovered that prior to its introduction, 470 million cedis in taxes was lost from potential under declarations between 2015 to the first quarter of 2017. An estimated 300 million in taxes was saved between the first quarter of 2017 to date as a result of the announcement and actual implementation of the common platform from March 8, 2017 to date. There would have been a potential loss of a total of 1.5 billion cedis through to the end of the common platform contract had the common platform not been implemented. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable George.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for her detailed response. However, the original question was to find out how much incremental revenue has been made. From the responses given, I am yet to see incremental revenue. Previously, before the inception of the common platform, and since the inception of the common platform, month-on-month breakdown or yearly breakdown, how much incremental revenue has been received. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the common platform was set up to perform a specific purpose as defined by law of revenue assurance, and that is the results that I have presented. The member requires information that the common platform is not set up to do, and they can only do the work that they have been mandated by law and by contract to perform. By virtue of its establishment and the revenue assurance function, tax revenue is now more properly insisted on being paid by the GRA, and significant tax savings have been made primarily because of the implementation of this platform. The incremental revenues that he is seeking are not the job of the common platform, and I suggest that the member directs the question to the Ghana Revenue Authority. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, you may go on.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and once again, thank you to the Minister. Mr. Speaker, my question on savings arises from the Minister's response in the final paragraph on the order paper, where she says an estimated 300 million Ghana cedis in taxes was saved between first quarter of 2017 to date. So it supposes that the platform, the byproduct of the platform is savings, and she alludes to 300 million. That's why I just wanted a breakdown. But again, we are told in the second paragraph of the response that Kelly GVG was contracted on the 27th of December 2017. That is end of quarter 4, 2017. So I'm struggling to understand how savings are being attributed to this platform from quarter 1 of 2017, 3 quarters before coming into force of the platform.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the operators of the common platform requested from and received from the GRA revenues declared from 2015 to September 2019 for an in-depth analysis of historical declarations of all mobile network operators. It is the analysis of that data vis-a-vis the analysis of the results of the common platform that makes it clear that some significant under-declarations were being done by the network operators prior to the inception of the common platform, and the trend is clear. The analysis has been provided to the Ghana Revenue Authority, which has also conducted its own investigations into the matter and will take the appropriate actions as required. Data is like gold. Once you do not mine it and refine it, you cannot extract information from it. But when you conduct the proper data analysis using the relevant tools, there's a wealth of information that you can uncover, even those which some may be seeking to hide from you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, you may continue.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it gives me worry as a lawmaker and as a citizen, given COVID, where government revenues are being affected, that if we have under declarations by MNOs in our country, and if we see fraud management components of the common platform detecting or making savings of so far 327.3 million Ghana cedis. Should we not be seeing prosecutions if truly there are such infractions of the law, per the response of the minister? Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, order.
Mr. Speaker, the information from the common platform has been given to the relevant regulatory agencies, which will take the appropriate action that they deem fit. And the relevant regulatory agencies in this regard are the National Communications Authority and the Ghana Revenue Authority. So I suggest that the honourable member should direct his question, if any, to those regulatory agencies.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Question star 758. Honorable Member for Ningo Prempram.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Communications the status of the National Data Centre after the commercialization agreement. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, your question, please.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Communications decided to hand over the operations and maintenance of the e-government infrastructure to a private operator for greater efficiency and to commercialize the excess capacity on the network in a revenue-sharing arrangement. The private partner is also expected to invest in the upgrade and expansion of the infrastructure. The objective of the commercialization are as follows. 1, address the funding and capacity challenges of NITA. 2, offer improved services to NITA clients. NITA is a National Information Technology Agency, clients in partnership with the private sector in the operations of the infrastructure. And 3, attract the needed capital expenditure to improve and expand on the infrastructure without having to further burden government. Mr. Speaker, Lebara Ghana was selected through a competitive tender process to manage the infrastructure. It assigned its rights and responsibilities under the contract to Smart Infra Co. in 2019. Smart Infra Co. is currently investing in the following activities relating to the data center. Maintenance of the cooling and power systems of the primary data center is ongoing. The secondary data center, which is in Kumasi, has been inactive for almost 5 years and needs to be equipped with new servers and storage, which were used as defective equipment at the Accra data center, and other equipment which are currently end of life. It is being equipped to bring it into operation before the end of the year. The certification of the data centers to ensure that both data centers, primary and secondary, attain the International Standards Organization, ISO certification, to attract more customers and support government operations in this era of digitization is underway. The team is currently working on a marketing drive and will roll out new branded services before the end of this year. This will include data center co-location and cloud services. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you. And thank you to the Minister for her response. Mr. Speaker, I would want to find out when exactly did Lebara take over the management of the infrastructure? We are told they've handed over their rights in 2019, but when exactly did they take over the management of the infrastructure?
Honorable Minister.
I believe it was sometime in 2018, if my memory serves me well, but I can check and revert.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Thank you.
I'd like to ask the Right Honourable Speaker, I'd like to ask the Minister why or what steps the ministry has taken to hold Mrs. Libara Ghana Limited and to hold Libara Ghana. Okay. I'd like to find out from the minister what steps the ministry is taking to hold Mrs. Libara Ghana and Smart Infraco, who they've assigned their rights to, for what we are told is the inactivity for almost 5 years of the secondary data center in Kumasi, because per the terms of Libara's contract commercialization agreement, they ought to keep both centers running. So if they fail to do that for almost 5 years, per the response of the minister, what steps is the ministry taking? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, your question.
Mr. Speaker, from the inception of the contract to date, it's not 5 years, it's 2 years. And after a due diligence was conducted upon handing over, it was realized that the Kumasi data center had been cannibalized, sort of, to repair components of the Accra data center, and so was largely inoperative. They are now taking steps to make it operational, and you cannot hold them responsible for actions taken prior to their management and operations of it. They are working according to the terms of their contract, but a due diligence was conducted and signed off by both parties prior to handing over, which indicated that there were significant challenges with the infrastructure as handed over. So you can't hold them responsible for what is not their fault.
Finally, Honorable.
Thank you very much. The reference to 5 years was from the answer of the minister, not myself. But the final question is on the commercialization, the last paragraph of the minister's question. Do we have a specific time frame, end of the year? There are 2 more quarters. What kind of services, and specifically, would we see the commercialization of the infrastructure, which is beyond just the data center, but also LTE base stations and core fiber that was part of the original tender process? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the question was specifically about the status of the data center, and that is the way the answer was couched. So if the member wants to know about the other infrastructure, I suggest that he file a specific question to that respect.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Question star 759. Honorable Member for Bole Bamboy. Yes, Honorable.
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker, I rise up to find out the fate of my urgent question, given that it was a step down. And Mr. Speaker, I listened with rapt attention to the majority leader when he presented the business statement for the week.
Honorable.
And
Honorable. Business statement matters attendant thereto.
Mr. Speaker, I was just preparing a listen to
question star 759. The honorable member for Bole Bamboy. If the honorable member is not present, we proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking your permission to ask.
No, honorable, permission refused. Therefore, let's move forward. Honorable, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honorable member, the honorable member has asked me to ask me on his behalf. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister for Communication.
We are back to one question.
Yeah,
I deliberately made an allowance so that we will know whether there is a runaway approach or not. So now, one main question, one supplementary. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister for Communication when mobile network connectivity will be extended to the following communities: Babato, Chibriyo, Biwa, Dogley, Agbadago, and Tamba.
Honorable Minister, your question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Airtel Tigo currently has no coverage in Babato, Chibriyoa, Bampewa, Dugli, Agbadago, and Tamba. However, it is in discussion with the Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications to extend coverage to rural communities, and these locations will be considered in the intended collaboration with GIFIC. There are 13 communities within the district already planned for rural deployment by GIFIC, namely Digli Bang, Dogo Ekura, Teselima, Clement Ekura, Kwame Nkwesi, Belimpe, Dikpa, Dendanyiri, Sonyo, Bampe, Konjuma, Chanchiri, and Wasipe. Vodafone plans to provide coverage in Chibriyoa and Dugli communities this year. However, the 2020 coverage plans of Vodafone do not cover Babato, Bampewa, Agbadago, and Tamban. It is the expectation that these communities will be covered in their subsequent plans. Mr. Speaker, M plans to extend coverage to Babato, Chibriyoa, Bampewa, and Dugli by the end of 2020. It is expected that Agbadago and Tamban will be considered in their subsequent plans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable, please.
Thank you very much, because it just left with 4 months to the end of the 2020. What preparation has been done so far in respect of what you just told the House?
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, your question, please.
Mr. Speaker, this information was received from the network operators. And so if they indicate that in their coverage plans, they intend to cover these communities by the end of this year, it is my expectation that they are actively working to achieve that objective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question star 760. Honorable Woyobe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Communication the steps being taken to improve on communication network for all mobile telephony operators in South Tong constituency, particularly Dabala, parts of Sugakope, Agave Apadume, and Achieve.
Honorable Minister, your question, please.
Mr. Speaker, Airtel Tigo has 3 sites serving South Tong. Sogakope, the district capital, has 2G and 3G services, and they plan to deliver 2G and 3G services to Agbakope in 2021. There is 2G and 3G coverage in Dabala. The remaining towns, Achieve and Agave Afedume, are presently not covered. Airtel Tigo intends to extend coverage to Achieve and Agave Afedume in the ongoing discussions with GIFIC through the Rural Telephony Project. Mr. Speaker, Vodafone is currently providing 3G and 4G services in Sogakope. The 2020 coverage plans of Vodafone do not cover Dabala, Achieve, and Agave Afedume. These communities will be covered in their subsequent plans. MTN also plans to extend coverage to parts of Sogakope and Dabala by the end of 2021. It is expected that Achieve and Agave Afedume will be considered in their subsequent plans. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, we wish to inform the House that the Ministry will work assiduously with the Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications and the network operators to provide connectivity to the citizens of Ghana regardless of their location, through the Rural Telephony Project. This is intended to extend the coverage of mobile services into areas where access to such services is not adequately available due to the inability of network operators to expand their networks as a result of commercial considerations. Essentially, this project will close the gap in mobile network rollout plans and ensure universal access. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable William, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with reference to paragraph 1, line 5 of the answer provided by the Minister, and also paragraph 2, line 4, and then 5, it appears all the three network operators have scheduled some period by which they will get these communities connected with these networks. Is it possible to push further? For instance, the one considered to be connected subsequently after the major work be considered as a block before then. Is it possible to push for that which they have considered to be completed as a second phase per your answer as part of a major one to be conducted by the end of 2021?
Honorable.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I would like to draw my colleagues' attention to Order 67 1B. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, 67 1B reads, a question shall not contain any argument, expression of opinion, inferences, imputations, epithets, or controversial, ironical, or offensive expressions or hypothetical cases. You are being hypothetical.
Honorable, you are not addressing the honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I was facing him this way. Mr. Speaker, the minister has provided an answer to his substantive question. Supplementary must be grounded on matters that have arisen out of the answer. Yet, Mr. Speaker, he's being hypothetical, he's running his commentary, he's expressing opinion. Mr. Speaker, the minister prepared before coming here. You are not supposed to ambush the minister. Mr. Speaker, you are, by doing so, he has breached Order 67 1B. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, invite you to hold that he's out of order.
Yes.
Thank you.
Some questions may attract your debunking and answer by an honorable minister. And you may be entitled to ask the question. I believe the honorable minister will answer the question. Honorable minister, your question, please. Please, make yourself brief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I actually asked my supplementary based on the answer provided by the minister.
Honorable, please ask your question.
With reference to paragraph 1, line 5, the network provider Airtel intends to extend coverage to Achieve and Agave Apadume in the ongoing discussions with GIFEC through the Rural Telephony Project. By this and the subsequent ones for the other networks. My question is it possible to push for all of these for Airtel, Tigo, Vodafone, and Mnet, MTN, that are considering extending works beyond 2021 to complete and terminate it at 2021?
Honorable Minister, your question, please.
Mr. Speaker, the various network operators have their rollout plans. And as I've said several times here, they are only legally obligated to provide coverage in the district capitals. Anything beyond that is dependent on their own commercial considerations and their own rollout plans. So we can urge them, but we can't compel them. And the Rural Telephony Project would seek to fill in the gaps within their rollout plans, as I indicated. But I cannot give you a time frame when all of that will be concluded, unfortunately.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister. will you want to table the response from the NCA you refer to? Very well. Table office to receive accordingly. The response from the NCA making clear the chronology of events is duly tabled by the Honorable Minister for Communications. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we thank you very much for attending to the House and answering our questions this morning. You are respectfully discharged. Is the Honorable Minister for Special Development in the House? Honorable Minister for Special Development, if you may please take the appropriate chair. Honorable Member for Nsawam Adwajiri.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Special Development Initiatives whether there are plans to construct 3 astroturfs at Nsawam Methodist School, Adrejri Zongo, and Adrejri Cocoa Park. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, your question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Middle Belt Development Authority, an agency under the ministry, has allocated to the Nsawam Adrejri constituency 3 artificial turfs astroturf at Nsawam Methodist School, Adrejri Zongo, and Adrejri Cocoa Park. The Development Authority has awarded the construction of the 3 projects to Masters Wembley Sports Complex Construction Limited to be completed within 6 months. To date, the contractor has completed site clearing and gravel filling at the Nsawam Methodist School and Adrejri Zongo. The contractor is yet to commence work at the 3rd site at Adrejri Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable, your one question.
Speaker, there are obvious challenges associated with the execution of this particular contract. To find out from my good friend, the Minister, if she has considered a possible review of this contract, and if she has, what conclusion has she come to? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is discussing with the agency for the review of the contract, and that will soon be communicated to the honorable member. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for attending to the House and answering our questions today. You are respectfully discharged. At the commencement of public business, item listed 7A, Minister for Works and Housing. A.
Engineering Council Regulations 2020.
The paper is duly presented and is referred to the Committee on Works, Housing for consideration and report. Honorable members, it being a regulation to go to the Committee on Subsidiary Regulation. Thank you. B, Minister for Finance. Aye. Thank you.
In terms of a receivable-backed trade finance facility between the Ghana Cocoa Board and a consortium of banks and financial institutions with the government of the Republic of Ghana as guarantor for an amount of up to $1.3 billion United States dollars to finance the purchase of cocoa for the 2020-2021 crop season by the Ghana Cocoa Board.
The terms are duly presented and referred to the Committee on Finance. Aye.
Request for waiver of stamp duty amounting to up to the Ghana cedi equivalent of $6,500,000 United States dollars on the receivables-backed trade finance facility between the Ghana Cocoa Board, and a consortium of banks and financial institutions with the government of the Republic of Ghana as guarantor for an amount of up to $1.3 billion United States dollars to finance the purchase of cocoa for the 2020-2021 crop season for the Ghana Cocoa Board.
The report is duly presented and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration on the report. Item C, by the Chairman of the Committee on Finance. Aye.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Crendo Covered Buyers Credit Facility Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and Belfield's Bank NV and KBC Bank NV as arrangers and Belfield's Bank as agents for an amount of €70,150,000 to finance the construction and the construction of the park interchange and the roads and other roads in Sekondi and Takoradi Township, Phase 1.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution to honorable members. Aye.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Term Loan Facility Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and BMCE Bank International PLC as arranger, and Global Loan Agency Services Limited as agent for an amount of €65 million to finance the design and construction of 3 bridges over Sweets River at Aturi, River Ancobra at Ancobra, and Black Volta River at Dipe.
The report is duly presented and for distribution. Aye.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Export Finance Loan Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and Cooperative Rabobank UA for an amount of €27,651,152.61, including insurance of €3,410,852.61 by Atradius Dutch State Business NV to finance the construction of pedestrian bridges and hazardous locations in Ghana.
The report is duly presented and for distribution to honorable members. IV.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Loan Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and Cooperative Rabobank UA for an amount of €4,277,700 to finance the construction of pedestrian bridges at hazardous locations in Ghana.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution to honorable members. V.
Reports of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duties, import VAT, NHIL, Get Fund levy, Exim levy, special import levy, and domestic VAT amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 7,072,326.38 on materials, equipment, works and services to be procured for the construction of pedestrian bridges at hazardous locations in Ghana.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution to honorable members. Item listed 8. Motion. Honorable Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, if we can vary the order of business and take item listed as 32. Item 32 on page 24. Item 32 on page 24.
Page 27.
On page 24, 24.
Item 32. Motion. Minister for Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the registration of BEVs and DEVs Bill 2020 be now read the third time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. 2 seconds. Honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, the motion has moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
An act to provide for the registration of births, fetal deaths, and deaths in the country, the decentralization of the births and deaths registry to improve the collation of statistics for national development and for related matters.
The registration of births and deaths Bill 2020 is duly read the third time and passed. Motion listed 8. Honorable Minister for Finance. You are welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House approve an amount of 11,896,477,566 Ghana cedis as supplementary estimate for the 2020 financial year. This supplementary estimate includes the 1.2 billion Ghana cedis from the contingency fund that was approved this year by this August House. This withdrawal will be replenished through transfers of excesses from the cap on the stabilization fund. Mr. Speaker, this supplementary estimate of 11.9 billion is to enable the government respond to the adverse socio-economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic has had and continues to have dire economic consequences both globally and domestically. Globally, there has been over 90 million infections and counting, with over 700,000 deaths, while the global economy has contracted by 5.2%, resulting in the negative growth of 4.9% for 2020. This has disrupted global supply chains, forced OECD economies to enact stimulus policies of over $11 trillion as all responsible governments clamor to save lives and livelihoods and engineer faster economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, the request for supplementary estimate has therefore been necessitated by the need for government to incur additional health expenditure arising from the COVID-19 pandemic, including the need to provide incentives to health workers who have risked their own lives and continue to do so to provide care to Ghanaians, to provide relief to our society's vulnerable citizens, households, and businesses that have been affected and continue to face the brunt of the pandemic through loss of incomes and livelihoods. This would also allow government to continue to provide water and electricity to households, to support agriculture to guarantee food security, continue fumigation and sanitary protocols at markets, schools, and public space across the country. Mr. Speaker, the Year of Roads is on course. In addition, through the President's Agenda 111 initiative, we will continue to invest in our health infrastructure, which will ensure that there's a hospital in every district and region in the country. Also, to provide additional resources to the Electoral Commission, the National Identification Authority, the National Commission for Civic Education, and the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development to enable them observe the COVID-19 protocols in the process of carrying out their respective time-sensitive national assignments, including the education of Ghanaians about COVID-19 protocols. It's also to provide support to over 200,000 micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises across the country under the CAPBAS program. In addition to that, the Bank of Ghana has facilitated over 7 billion Ghana cedis in financing to the private sector. It's also to address the shortfall in transfers to the statutory funds as a result of revenue shortfalls to enable them implement their programs effectively for the year. In addition, this will provide resources to kickstart the President's bold and visionary 100 Ghana cedi COVID-19 revitalization and enterprises support or Batampa program to revitalize and transform the economy. And finally, to provide resources to the security agencies to maintain public order and safety and protect the borders, as well as provide the necessary logistics and protective equipment for them to observe the COVID-19 protocols as they valiantly carry on their duties. Right Honorable Speaker, we have managed this economy with care to ensure that the lives and livelihood of all Ghanaians, especially the ordinary, are protected. As our President, and I quote, COVID-19 has given us an opportunity to recreate our country, to make things ourselves, an opportunity to do something meaningful. This is a challenge we must seize. So, Mr. Speaker, this supplementary budget seeks to achieve just that. Mr. Speaker, with the support and remarkable cooperation of this august House, we have risen to this challenge and further inspired by Parliament's own prayer, and I quote, "May God continue to grant us a vision of our country, to inspire and strengthen our people, that we all will give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa." Right Honorable Speaker, I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Yes, Chairman, Finance Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion and present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, the instant supplementary estimates have been presented to Parliament in accordance with Article 1798 of the Constitution, which provides that where, in respect of a financial year, it is found that the amount of monies appropriated by the Appropriation Act for any purpose is insufficient, or that a need has arisen for expenditure for a purpose for which no sum of monies has been appropriated by that Act, a supplementary estimate showing the sum of money required shall be laid before Parliament for its approval. Mr. Speaker, the report details the macroeconomic performance for 2019 in Table 1 on page 4. Revised macroeconomic targets for 2020 have been given in page in Table 2 on page 5 of the report. Mr. Speaker, the total amount of the supplementary estimates is 11,896,477,566 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, observations. The committee observed that the Ghana cedi started the year strongly, appreciating by 4.5% on a year-to-year basis by the end of February 2020 on the back of the issuance of the sovereign bond. However, the deterioration in financial market risk sentiments due to the spread of the pandemic, as well as the seasonal demand pressures from the energy and corporate sectors, weighed heavily on the cedi. On a year-to-year basis, the cedi depreciated by 2.4% against the dollar and the euro in June 2020, but appreciated by 4.5% against the pound sterling compared to earlier depreciations. Mr. Speaker, the committee noted that the implementation of the 2020 budget for the first half of the year has been relatively successful, albeit with some significant challenges, mostly related to the COVID-19 pandemic. On the one hand, there has been less robust revenue mobilization relative to program targets, whilst on the other hand, there has been a faster execution of expenditures. The execution of expenditures for the period January to June 2020 exceeded the program target by 11.5%, reflecting a faster execution rate due to unprogrammed COVID-19 related expenses. Mr. Speaker, these developments have pushed the financing requirements above the programmed levels for the period and has consequently the fiscal deficit target for the year from the original program 4.7% to a now revised target of 11.4% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, the committee noted that, among other things, the following developments have necessitated a revision of the 2020 macro-fiscal targets: slowdown in economic activities, shortfall in taxes, shortfall in petroleum revenue, shortfall in non-tax revenue, increase in expenditure, reduction in selected program expenditures to make room to additional unprogrammed expenditures induced by the impact of the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, attached to this report is a detailed breakdown of the planned expenditure comprised in the supplementary estimation. Mr. Speaker, the committee noted that Article 179 of the Constitution, which provides that a supplementary estimate be submitted, says, where in the case of a financial year, a supplementary estimate has been approved by Parliament in accordance with Clause 8, a supplementary appropriation bill shall be introduced into Parliament in the financial year next following the financial year to which the estimate relates, providing for the appropriation of the sum so approved for the purposes specified. So the supplementary appropriation shall be introduced in the House next year. Mr. Speaker, the committee therefore respectfully recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve by resolution the sum of 11,896,477,566 Ghana cedis as supplementary estimate for the 2020 financial year for the purpose of meeting expenditure to carry out government services in accordance with Article 179 of the Constitution. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to also contribute to the motion. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me also say that there are some few concerns that Mr. Speaker would like to also raise. Mr. Speaker, if I may apprise the House with the media review page 122 document. Mr. Speaker, clearly there are three key issues that I would like to talk about. So, Mr. Speaker, one, the minister responsible for finance, the minister responsible for page 122, the minister responsible for finance informed us through the media review that one, the major adjustment that will be happening in the year 2020 include an interest payment. Because we're told that interest payment for the period January to December 2020 is projected to increase by 4.5 billion Ghana cedis. Speaker, of this amount, we were told that this is largely coming from domestic interest payments increase. Speaker, I'm very much concerned about an increase of 4.5 billion Ghana cedis of an interest payment. And Speaker, that in itself increases the estimate that we are talking about. Mr. Speaker, again, let me move on.
Dr. Kutu Osei.
I was trying to follow the ranking member, and he made reference to page 122 of the media review. So, Speaker, I think he means paragraph 122. There's no page 122. He said page 122. There's no page 122. He said page. He said page of the media. There's no page. It's paragraph, not page.
Mr. Speaker, it looks like my other colleague is not listening to me. I made mention of page 112. 112 of the document. So, Mr. Speaker, this is page 112, and I'm referring to Appendix 3C. So, if you want to follow me, you should refer to Appendix 3C. Okay, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so I'm referring to Appendix 3C.
Honorable.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, please. If what was said is not what actually you meant to say, just correct that and proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I'm making reference to Appendix 3C, page 112 of the budget statement, of the media review. Mr. Speaker, and I'm saying that there are three major issues I want to raise with that. Speaker, the first refers to the interest payment. Very clearly, our minister responsible for finance has informed us that interest payment is going to increase by 4.576 billion Ghana cedis. The Speaker, this for me is a major concern, particularly that is coming from the domestic side, in the sense that government is borrowing so much from the domestic market. So as a result of that, we are going to pay an additional interest of 4.576 billion Ghana cedis. The Speaker, if you are to look at the same media review, we were informed that for the year 2020, government is going to borrow additional 24 billion Ghana cedis before the year ends. The Speaker, that is the reason why this is actually increasing, because certainly you can't just borrow, you borrow and you service the interest, and that will actually increase the interest payment, and that is another concern. The Speaker, above all, I was told, and if you are to look at others, we were told that COVID-19 related expenditure is 11.162 billion Ghana cedis, of which this August House has already approved an amount of 1.203 billion Ghana cedis. Speaker, my concern, if you are to look at the document that was presented to the committee, the summary of a supplementary estimate, Speaker, we were told that item 1, out of the 11.3 billion, 11.163 billion, we were told that the cost of COVID-19 and response plan 1, implemented by Ministry of Health, is 580 million Ghana cedis. Speaker, my concern is this amount has already been spent, and according to the minister, has already been implemented. But none of us knows what was implemented in terms of the plan. 580 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, it's important that we get the information on that one. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, we were told that the second plan, Plan 2.
Order, please. Let's also listen from here. Yes, Honorable, do you stand on a point of correction?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, first, the ranking member.
May I please make my usual principle clear? When it comes to these matters of figures and facts, I will be quite cooperative in making sure that if there's an honorable member who is not satisfied with any fact or figure, that person may object. And that is what is happening now. Honorable, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, he mentioned the COVID response plan implemented by the Ministry of Health, 580 million. Do you expect the Minister of Finance should be reporting on that here? The bulk of the Ministry of Health's budget, what is reporting on that. At the end of the year, Ministry of Health will submit their budget performance report to the House. Ministry of Health is giving 580 million, and during the media review, you want the Minister for Finance to be reporting on it. Where is this done? How can the Ministry of Finance report on this? Yes. How can you report on this at this stage?
Well made. Yes, Honourable. Please respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thought he was going to raise point of order, but the Speaker clearly is debating me. Mr. Speaker, my concern is simple. The Minister says it has been implemented, and this is the media review. I would have thought that in the interest of accountability, at least we should know what the plan is and how much of that, where did the money go? 580 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, that's plan one. Mr. Speaker, plan two, we were told.
Honourable, you see, when we make arguments on the floor of this House, we must be very, very careful so that media can appropriately report. We know that there is a time for appropriate departments or ministries or agencies to account for what they have received.
Mr. Speaker, again, we have been told that the cost of COVID-19 and response plan 2 to be implemented by Ministry of Health is 762 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, it is only right that at least this August House will be given some information so that we know exactly where the money is going to go. We can't just be approving a blanket amount. 762 million, plan 2. Already you spent 580 million. And so it is right that at least we'll get some information on where the 762 million is going to go. So, Speaker, secondly, Mr. Speaker, we were told that if you were to look at this document again, Health Infrastructure Agenda 111, Mobilization Advance for District and Regional Hospitals, Infectious Disease Centers. Mr. Speaker, an amount here has been of 600 million Ghana cedis has been made available. Mr. Speaker, 600 million. Of this amount, CAPEX is 360 billion. 240 million is going to go to goods and services. Mr. Speaker, how can you make mobilization advance and term it goods and services? Mobilization advance is CAPEX. So you are telling me that 600 million for mobilization, you are going to use 240 million for goods and services, and then the capital expenditure is only 360 million. Mr. Speaker, we will require some explanation on this one. Mr. Speaker, this is what we have here. This is what we have here. This is the document I'm referring to. Mr. Speaker, this is the document. Mr. Speaker, it's here. It's here. It's here, and it says 600 million, of which 240 million is going to goods and services, and 360 million is going to capital expenditure. Mr. Speaker, we will require some explanation on that one. Speaker, apart from that, Mr. Speaker, coronavirus alleviation package, CAP 1, is 1.204 million. Speaker, I agree that this August House, 1.2 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I agree that this August House approved that. I agree that we were provided some information. Mr. Speaker, yes, I agree to that. Mr. Speaker, but CAP 2, Mr. Speaker, the same coronavirus alleviation program package, we are getting CAP 2. An amount of 2 billion and 28 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we have not been given the breakdown of that amount. Mr. Speaker, we will require that breakdown, and it's important we request those information. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, of this 2 billion and 28 million Ghana cedis, relief for payment of electricity bill is 1 billion and 28, and market fumigation, etc., is 50 million. Mr. Speaker, we were told that of which other CAP 2 program, CARES program, is 950 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, will require some breakdown as to exactly where the 950 million Ghana cedis is going to go. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, we have been told that other COVID-19 related expenditure of 6.142 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, and people expect that I should not ask for details. Mr. Speaker, the details are important to the Parliament of Ghana. We require those information. I urge the Minister for Finance that in the interest of accountability, please provide us that information.
Honourable member,
it is right.
If you file an urgent question tomorrow, that is on Monday, it will be accordingly admitted for you to seek all the details.
Mr. Speaker, just for the record, tomorrow is Saturday. I don't know if we are meeting. We are sitting on Saturday. Monday. Okay, so Speaker, I will do that.
Procedures. And those who are outside us will sometimes not understand why certain procedures are not being used and get the wrong impression that maybe somebody is doing a cover-up or so. So please apply what modalities are at your call. And then you can get all those details. Please go. Otherwise, whenever the minister comes, we have to bring us this. Yes, Honorable Dr. Akutu Osei.
Mr. Speaker, when we were debating the media review, as well as committee to consider the estimates, my colleague was not here. I don't know. Mr. Speaker, I'm coming. Mr. Speaker, he was not there. Mr. Speaker, holding in my hand is the information provided by the minister on the details. It is here. It is here. I can give him a copy. Mr. Speaker. So,
Order.
Why you are?
Order.
Mr. Speaker, I want to refer my dear friend and colleague to go and pick up the information that was provided to us as committee. I know you are not here, but your colleagues should have given you that. It's all here. Adongo did not give you. God did not give you. It's here. It's here. I'm saying, as a ranking member, he has an obligation to look for the information. It's all here.
Please, make a little reference to it is here for me. On page, and it says, for example, then everybody is well advised. Order.
Oh, it is here. 7 points. Yes, it's here. 6.142 billion.
The Honorable Doctor is on his feet. Order. The Honorable Doctor is on his feet. Please, Honorable. Please, go on.
Mr. Speaker, other COVID-related expenditures, 6.142, of which fumigation, 220, of which additional allocation to parliamentary services, EC, NIA, and security. Support to EC, 300. Support to NIA, 300. Security, 1186. Support to parliamentary services, 50. So, Speaker, this is what the minister is saying they intend to spend money on. The part that they spend money on is detailed also in column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The details are all here.
Honorable. So the details have been referred to. And of course, we are not going to ask the minister to bring us voluminous treatise. If you want any further questions, file them Monday. That is the way it's done. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleague is completely out of order. Mr. Speaker, he made reference to support to Parliament of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, that is a separate item under this. Mr. Speaker, Parliament of Ghana does not undertake coronavirus alleviation, expenditure. Mr. Speaker, the kind of expenditure you do, Mr. Speaker, the support.
Honorable,
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, if you will just take your time. I can say on authority that what you have said is probably wrong. The relevant administrators will tell you.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, I want to correct you because I happen to be in the know and because I happen to have requested monies for Parliament for COVID-related expenses. So I cannot just sit there when you say that. You are out of order. So please continue.
Mr. Speaker, apart from the Parliament, from the Speaker, from this document, we were told Mr. Speaker, I'm only making reference to the debate. Mr. Speaker, I'm only debating on the document that was provided. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, we were told that the security, they were given an amount of 1.1 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, is that also for COVID-19? Mr. Speaker, it's important we ask this question. Mr. Speaker, we were told that National Identification Authority was given 300 million Ghana cedis, and then the support for EC is another 300 million Ghana cedis.
Honorable Doctor, please, these are relevant particulars. You may elicit further and better particulars by the relevant and appropriate parliamentary procedure. Please, go on. Honorable, I don't need your assistance. Honorable, you may go on.
So, Mr. Speaker, I've raised this major concern, Mr. Speaker, and I believe that the minister responsible for finance must have some time to address this concern. So, Mr. Speaker, this is important.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, apart from that, if you have to sum up all of this amount and the coronavirus alleviation program, all of them together, the budget statement, the media review, stated an amount of 11.1 billion, 11,162 million. Mr. Speaker, but if you are to add all of this together, you get 11.3 billion. Mr. Speaker, clearly, this does not tally to what is in the budget statement and to the media review. And Mr. Speaker, it's important that the minister actually does some reconciliation and give us that amount, because it doesn't tally. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, Mr. Speaker, if you are to look at again the same summary of supplementary estimate, item 6, National Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, we have been told the government is setting aside an amount of 580 million Ghana cedis for the establishment of the National Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, for me, Mr. Speaker, it is a good idea for us to have a bank. Mr. Speaker, by establishing a bank, must indeed conform with the requirements of the regulator, the central bank. Mr. Speaker, government cannot be the one to bring. Mr. Speaker, I'm referring you to the Bank of Ghana Act 930. Mr. Speaker, Act 930. 930.
Sit down.
Mr. Speaker, Act 930D. Mr. Speaker, it says that the paid-up capital of the applicant is adequate, and then the original source of the capital are acceptable and do not include borrowed funds. Mr. Speaker, why am I saying this? Mr. Speaker, we have been told that for government to be able to implement this media review successfully, government is going to borrow additional 24 billion from the domestic sources. So largely, you are requiring us to approve for you to spend another 11 billion, 11.8 billion. All of this amount, Mr. Speaker, you are going to borrow this amount to fund it. The central bank, in the Bank of Ghana Act, is clear that you cannot borrow to finance a bank, to establish a bank, to pay up your shares. So how can government be the one to be able to, unless the Minister responsible for finance tells us that he has some money set aside for the purpose of this, other than for what he's asking us for. Mr. Speaker, clearly, government is breaching Act 930. And it is clear, it is important that the Minister responsible for finance address some of these concerns. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support the motion. Thank you.
Honorable, you may. Factual corrections, are different from points of order. And don't worry. And I allow you, therefore, even though the honorable member has taken his seat, to please continue. You may go on.
Mr. Speaker, I repeat that, unfortunately, my colleague has not been around a bit. So he may be missing information that, under normal circumstances, he would have. So, Speaker, the first mistake in misleading this House, and I quote him, government said it's going to borrow 24 billion from domestic sources. He just made that statement. Mr. Speaker, page 110, if you can go to page 110, domestic net financing, 16.278 billion. So I'm asking him, where is the 24 billion coming from? I'm saying that I know that if you had been around for a while, you have access to all this information. But to make a statement that the government intends to borrow 24 billion from the it's incorrect. Domestic net, I repeat, 6.278 billion. That is what is in page 110. And there's a reason why they call it domestic net. And he knows it. So if you want us to follow you, keep the data that has been given to us so we can follow you. So, Mr. Speaker, I was not going to contribute. I was going to allow my other colleagues, but because the ranking member who says that he wants to emulate me when I was a ranking member has gotten up, I want to tell him that when you get up, you don't mislead the House. That is why I'm contributing. Mr. Speaker, the minister at committee at which you were not there took his time to explain all the details with us. I want you to ask one of the colleagues to get you a copy of the detailed statement that the minister gave to all members. They have it. They should give it to you. And all the information is there. Let me remind you that of what is displayed here, part of it has already been expended. The other part is going to be expended. That's why he needs our approval. The total amount of 11.896 does not mean that all of 11.896 is going to be expended or has been expended. You look at the table and you can tell how much. In fact, let me tell you how much. At least there's a table that he brought which said spent. For example, you made a reference to 580 on the COVID-19 preparedness and response plan 1, of which 580 is expected to be spent on goods and services. As the
one moment, please. In view of the time and the business ahead of us, I direct that business should extend beyond the regular hours. Please go on, Honorable Doctor.
As you rightly pointed out to him, this House has made some expenditures on COVID-19 related expenditures. But here again, maybe because he was not here, he's not aware. I think that his leaders can clearly tell him that that is the case. As I speak, if you go back there, you find a bottle of sanitizer. A bottle of sanitizer. And this morning, I saw some masks also there. So, Speaker, let me take him to the other statement he made, which is incorrect. The item number 3, Health Infrastructure Agenda 111, and here, he misread what the minister said. He told us that the minister is going to spend 240 on mobilization. That is not correct. So, Speaker, that line item says mobilization advance for district and regional hospitals, infectious diseases control. For capital expenditure, the amount intended to be spent there is 360. The minister did not say that, allow me to spend 240 on goods and services. So, Speaker, but in the process of getting capital expenditure, there will be expenditure recurrent on goods and services. So, here again, because so, Speaker, because he was not here, he did not listen to the minister at committee or the budget review. No, if you are not here, you lack information.
A point of correction can be made at a time like this. And I've indicated to the honorable member, he speaks next. What again? What is the difficulty?
Mr. Speaker,
no one should be afraid of debate.
Mr. Speaker, here again, let me remind you of another information that is not aware. When the minister came and spoke about security, he was not there. Your Committee of Finance has looked at a loan to purchase equipment for security. I won't say what equipment. Oh, but why? My friend, why? My friend. There's a reason why they don't mention it. So, Speaker, the point is that your committee is aware that some amount of money is going to the security service for obvious reasons. So, Speaker, if you know what is happening in Mali and Burkina, you'll be careful when you start going to the security area. Mr. Speaker, those two countries.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Yes, Honorable, your response. This is debate, and not any shouting.
Mr. Speaker, clearly, my colleague, the Honorable Akutua, said, is saying something contrary to what is available to us. Mr. Speaker, first, let me point to him to be made aware that documents that are supposed to be for Parliament is not only for the Committee of Parliament, the Committee of Finance. It is for all of us as Parliament. And so, if he has some information that others of Parliament do not have, we should be worried about. Mr. Speaker, those information should be made to all of us for the purposes of debate. Mr. Speaker, we debate. This is where we debate, and so it's important that at least I get the information to be able to debate on it. Mr. Speaker, he has repeatedly.
He said it was available to the committee.
Mr. Speaker, that information he's talking about is not available. Mr. Speaker, clearly it's not available. Mr. Speaker, but apart from that, what is available to the committee is this blanket amount. Line. The details are not with the committee. And so if I ask questions here, they are important to ask the questions. And so if he says that he has it, you give it to me. I want to know how much, where the 950 million of the CARES program is going to go. What exactly are they using the money for? Speaker, these are legitimate questions. These are legitimate questions, and I require that at least I get some answers. So, Speaker, again, so Speaker, nothing stops me from asking why EC is getting additional 300 million Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, I need to know. And it's important that all of us, not only me, as a member of Parliament representing the good people of Eduma Kwenye this year, Mr. Speaker, all of us must know. And that is why I'm asking these concerns. Mr. Speaker, clearly, Mr. Speaker, the legitimate concerns that I have raised. One, Mr. Speaker, clearly, this government is breaching Act 930. I want some answers. Why we are breaching that Act. Mr. Speaker, number two, Mr. Speaker, I want to know why. And he made reference to the page 110. Mr. Speaker, financing, government of Ghana financing was 18.8. The Speaker, 18.8 has jumped to 44 billion. The difference between 8 and 44 billion, the adjustment is 25 billion. The Speaker, what I was making reference to. The Speaker, in terms of government financing. The Speaker, so please, if he's quoting me, he should quote me right. And let me remind him that, yes, I wasn't around when this was being taken at the committee, Mr. Speaker, but I was at the constituency. Mr. Speaker, attending to serious parliamentary duties. Mr. Speaker, that is important. Mr. Speaker, clearly, Mr. Speaker, we demand answers, and these answers must come. Because even the 11.1 billion that the supplementary budget is asking us to approve on for COVID-19 related expenditure, if you are to add what is before us, it's 11.3 billion. It does not tally with that. Answers must come. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Dr. Kutu.
I'm glad you are allowed him to vent off a bit. But I want to repeat that if you want answers, you have to make yourself physically available. Mr. Speaker, it is not by coincidence that committee meetings are called. At which time, where questions...
Order.
You be ranking. It's not any mean.
Mr. Speaker, I want to advise my colleague Abuja that when he gets up, he should not be pointing his finger at his senior. He has to be very careful. This is a place for debate. It's not a place for doing that. I'm emulating you. Mr. Speaker, I insist that the domestic net financing is not 25. Mr. Speaker, it's a technical question. The fact that you say expenditure difference is 25 doesn't mean that borrowing is 25. No! That's why you have to look at financing. And I want to refer you to the total the domestic financing is 16. I meant to say, Mr. Speaker, was total financing, including foreign. If that's what you want to say, you say it. I don't say domestic financing is 16. Mr. Speaker, the foreign net financing is 7.8.
Thank you very much. Honorable Doctor, we thank you very much. Now the debate continues. Where are we reached? Leadership. Leaders. Honorable, you cannot continue because unless you are making a full contribution now on behalf of the majority. No, I want to know. First of all, you are on some correction.
Mr. Speaker, I have not asked the majority leader
if
he wants me to.
If you are on the correction pathway, I think you have made enough correction. But you are entitled, of course, to make a contribution from your end. Because your honorable counterpart has taken his seat. So, honorable majority leader, where do we go from here? After this leadership.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Upon Nkrumah.
Honorable Upon Nkrumah.
Yes.
Honorable Upon Nkrumah.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make some quick comments on this report. First is the supposition that by an increase in expected interest payments, something strange is happening to the fiscal tables. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the House's attention to pages 109 and 1. And if you look at total revenue and grant projection in the original 2020 budget, 67 billion, the revised now 53, requiring increased financing between the original financing numbers and what has been provided for. The increased financing will obviously come with increased interest payments. And so it is not as though somebody has cooked a line and has created some numbers there. It is quite clear from the change in the flows of revenue and expenditure that we will have to finance some more. And financing some more will require some more interest payments. Mr. Speaker, the second is about this issue of the National Development Bank. As has been alluded to by the Honourable Minister for Monitoring and Evaluation, our good friend on the other side has not been available for business in the House for a while because the Committee of Finance has had an opportunity to meet the Minister responsible for Finance on the whole legal regime for development banks. It's the Development Financial Institutions Bill. The Bank of Ghana, the Finance Ministry met for about 3 days to spell out a totally different legal regime for this that is not applicable under Act 930. So, Mr. Speaker, as the rules say, a member shall not ask a question, the answer to which is known to the House. This committee has had opportunity to meet and go through the legal regime. And so coming back at this time on the floor to raise questions as though there's a breach of the law, the Speaker, is a bit untoward. Mr. Speaker, additionally, one of the significant things is this extra 11, and our colleague goes specifically for the Agenda 111 and raises a question about why some part of the 600 million is for non-capex items.
Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I come on point of order. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the Honourable Upon Nkrumah, made a statement that yes, the Committee of Finance met and looked at a bill on the entire legal regime. Mr. Speaker, I did not make reference to a bill. I made reference to an Act of Parliament, Act 930, Section 9, Section 9D, and I said that they are breaching it. Mr. Speaker, so I'm not making reference to a bill. As we stand here, we are talking about Section 9D of Act 930, and I'm saying that it's a breach because clearly you are financing your budget from borrowing, and that means that you're paid up capital for the National Development Bank. You are borrowing, and that is contrary to the law. So please, he should address that instead of saying things that is and attributing it to me that he doesn't know about it.
Mr. Speaker, it is within the rights of Honourable Atufosin to draw the attention of this House to breaches as he sees them. However, Mr. Speaker, in doing so, it should not mislead us with any inadequacy with respect to his understanding of the very law. The law you are referring to, Mr. Speaker, has not placed a limitation on government. Has not said so at all. With respect, we enact a law. Don't mislead because everybody is listening to you. Yes, I need to shout for him to hear. I'm shouting for him to hear. He can't hear.
Shout.
I'm shouting for. Look, you are backbenchers. You better keep quiet. Mr. He and I were part of the enactment. If the law is talking about risk mitigation,
and saying that an individual who wants to set up a bank must not go and borrow and create an impression as though these are his assets. It is a way of protecting the public so that somebody will not start a scheme that would, at the end of the day, endanger the ordinary. Please, would you keep, this is education, at least, listen to me, so that, Mubarak, Mr. Speaker, this is a house of debate. At least, I'm addressing this house on a point of law. At least, I'm addressing this house on a point of law, Mubarak. So listen to me. I need to shout for you to hear. Mr. Speaker, the provision is clear. Ato, please, we did it together, please. So that somebody will not go and borrow and come and present it as his assets and mislead Ghanaians into believing that he has what it takes to operate a bank. Mr. Speaker, so for my respected colleague to advance a point on this House floor that government is in breach of Act 930 and specifically refer to Section 9B, Mr. Speaker, in the list, he is trying to invite us to appreciate his misunderstanding of the law. And we would want to tell you clearly that we decline such invitation. It's dangerous. We are not interested. If we follow this invitation, Mr. Speaker, there's a huge plateau of confusion. We will not want to land into it. If you are quoting the law, quote it rightly. So I am now, Mr. Speaker, challenging him to read aloud for all of us to hear the provision that is limiting government from doing what it's doing by way of setting up a bank to, because government raise funds in so many ways, which you know. You've been a deputy minister before. You know it. We are not talking about any, please, I'm a Kofi boy, you've been a minister before. You are supposed, if you want to raise that, get up on a point of order, speak to the mic. Speak into the mic. The whole minority is up. Get up. Mr. Speaker, get up. Me alone, they can't even coordinate. You are supposed to work as a team. If you raise, come speak into the mic. I'm speaking into the mic. This is a house of debate.
Honorable Adomu. Oh, sorry.
I'm speaking to this.
Speaker has called him. Did he call him? Yeah, he called him. He's called Adomu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me refer to Mr. Speaker. Let me refer my honourable colleague to the law. Mr. Speaker, clearly, I think he is the one who doesn't understand the law. And I'm surprised he is a lawyer and he doesn't understand the law. Mr. Speaker, he said I do not understand. Mr. Speaker, if you were to look at Section 9, it said prerequisite for a license. So what you need to get a license, Mr. Speaker, and it says 9, the Bank of Ghana shall not issue a license unless the Bank of Ghana is satisfied that, and Mr. Speaker, I'm going to D, that the paid up capital of the applicant is adequate and the original source of the capital are acceptable and do not include borrowed funds. Mr. Speaker, and he's telling me, and do not include borrowed funds. Mr. Speaker, the emphasis here, Mr. Speaker, the emphasis here is on borrowed funds. And that was my position, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm saying, and I've proven, and I've said that this amount is coming from borrowed funds because the entire 11-point-something billion appropriations is coming from borrowing. Mr. Speaker, it's coming from borrowing. And if it's coming from borrowing, where is the original source of the financing coming from? Mr. Speaker, government cannot set up a law and then set it for other people, and the government being a shareholder of a bank, you go out there and borrow for the purpose. Mr. Speaker, that is no. Government is only a shareholder of that bank. Let us get it, Mr. Speaker. Only a shareholder of that bank, like any other person. And so government must lead by example. So government cannot say that, yes, I've made a law, but I'm different from that law. I mean, what is this? Mr. Speaker, that is why I've asked the minister responsible for finance to come clean and explain to us if indeed he's borrowing for the purpose. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, that is my major concern. So my colleague, the Honourable Afrey Martin, lacks understanding of Act 930. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, to cool down his nerves, he must understand that this is a development bank. This, first of all, what government is proposing to do is to set up a development bank. Read the preamble to the law. You are talking about Act 930. You cannot just get up and say, then even look at the definition of applicant. Who is referring to as an applicant in the context you are trying to get us to appreciate? So you cannot tell me, Mr. Speaker, I am revisiting my earlier argument. Government of Ghana owns shares, set up Ghana Commercial Bank and NIB. Mr. Speaker, these are units of government, and I am saying that the import of that provision is not applicable in the very context which is before us, and you should know that. Mr. Speaker, it is not. Because, Mr. Speaker, the preamble of the law is there, he knows. So you cannot say that applicants going to borrow and creating the impression that these are assets. Mr. Speaker, if government of Ghana is raising funds for the purposes of setting up a development bank, is he trying to say that the section of 9B of Act 930 is applying to is applicable to? Mr. Speaker, the decision is clear.
Thank you very much. The argument is clear. Now, Honorable Nkrumah, please go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so as I was saying before, you allowed some of the learned friends in this chamber to educate our colleagues on the other side. Act 930 does not apply to development banks. It specifically deals with commercial banks and specialist deposit-taking institutions. Mr. Speaker, another question that is being raised is why some entities qualify for COVID-related expenses. I am astonished as to why this question is coming up. Unless somebody, for example, Mr. Speaker, didn't participate in the test that you instructed, for all of us members of parliament who participated in the test here and who have been participating in the COVID-19 protocols that is supported by logistics in this chamber, we know why parliament needs some funding for COVID-19 related expenses. Unless some persons have not gone to register or have been dabbling in some sort of exercises around the registration exercise, when you go there, you see EC officials with masks and thermometer guns and masks, sanitizers, etc. There's a lot of COVID-19 related expenditure items that are ongoing. Even the National Identification Authority, going out there doing part of its work, has things they are doing that have brought an additional cost burden because of COVID-19. So it sounds strange that some will argue why these entities require COVID-19 related expenses. Mr. Speaker, very finally, I think one of the things that we should all commend the government of Ghana and the Akufo-Addo administration for is that in this time of crisis and in this time of scarce resources, the Honorable Minister responsible for finance and his team are raising resources to support Ghanaian businesses. About 1.2 billion Ghana cedis being given to support Ghanaian businesses that have been hard hit as a result of the COVID-19 crisis. Mr. Speaker, an additional 2 billion Ghana cedis being made available to support Ghanaian businesses as a result of this COVID-19 crisis. Mr. Speaker, we've been in this country when we've been hit by crisis before. We have seen times when in times of crisis, the government of the day is still cancelling people's basic allowances that they will survive on. But today, when there's a crisis, we see the administration lending a hand to support the Ghanaian citizen. This is indeed a government that cares. This is indeed a government that is compassionate. And if it requires 11 billion Ghana cedis extra to competently apply in tackling the challenges that we have, I believe we should support them, and therefore I support this report. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Leaders, conclusion. Either you are represented. We have heard a lot. We've come to the tail end. Conclusive remarks, either by the leaders themselves or by persons they nominate, have ruled. Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
the majority side have two members who debated.
Please, the motion was moved.
The chairman seconded the motion.
And seconded, yes. I mean,
I presented a report.
Because it's
Then
chairman.
the ranking member debated. That is one from our side. Honorable Akoto said, oh, Honorable Minister, did you debate? Okay, fine. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Akoto said and Honorable Minister for Information debated. So we need one more from our side before the leadership. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leaders, you will at this stage decide who concludes for each side. Minority leadership. And I'm not about to change my mind. We are coming to the end of this debate. It has been long and very interactive. Order. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I will yield to Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Adongo.
I will yield to Honorable Adongo.
Honorable Adongo.
Thank
order.
you.
Honorable members, and there will be absolute order.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
10 minutes to conclude. 10 minutes on my right.
At the start of the COVID-19 incident, you had cause to refer the minister's application to draw on the stabilization fund to the Finance Committee to deal with. Mr. Speaker, in presenting the application for the supplementary estimate, the minister attempts to account for that 1.2 billion Ghana cedis we approved from the stabilization and the contingency fund. But, Mr. Speaker, I am worried that the accounting for that money does not add up. And I want to advance reasons to show why that account does not add up. Mr. Speaker, the minister indicates that out of the 40 million that was approved for hot meals, about 150,000 people were served hot meals at 4 cedis 32 pesos per day, amounting to 12 million Ghana cedis, with a balance of 27 million, he says, was used to help defray the cost of dry food packages and that of water. But, Mr. Speaker, we also approved for the minister an amount of money for dry food, and that was about 40 million Ghana cedis. The minister indicates that he spent about 42 million on dry food, which then indicates that he spent more by about 1.9 million Ghana cedis of the original budget that we approved from the stabilization fund. So I'm still not seeing the 27 million being used to finance the dry food. But, Mr. Speaker, if you add the dry food of 42 million to the hot meal of 12 million, Mr. Speaker, we are back to 54 million the people of Ghana were complaining about. Yes. That we spent 54 million on food during the 3 weeks or 4 weeks of lockdown. And I recall that when the minister came before us and said it was 54 million, as a result of the outcry, this figure was revised down to 12 million. But, Mr. Speaker, we are back to 54 million. And that is very worrying for the people of Ghana. But, Mr. Speaker, the minister also says that the 200 million Ghana cedis that was allocated for free water, he only spent 199 million. So again, I am not seeing the 27 million being spent on water beyond what was budgeted for the minister. And that again is very worrying.
Mr. Speaker, we also approved 241 million as personal income tax relief for frontline workers. And that added up to give us the 1.2 billion. Mr. Speaker, it is instructive that the minister makes a very important disclosure on how this money was utilized. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to quote. He says, this was paid through a way of income tax by the parliament and not from the contingency fund. This money in the hands of the health workers. Mr. Speaker, if it is not paid from the contingency fund, and you are accounting for the money that you paid out of the contingency fund, how then include it as the money you have spent from contingency fund to give us 1.203 billion Ghana cedis? So, Mr. Speaker, technically that money has not been properly accounted for and will require a proper account of how the 240 million from the contingency fund that was not actually paid out of the contingency fund, but that the Ghana Revenue Authority came and got an exemption in order that those people don't pay taxes properly accounted for. Mr. Speaker, when I look at the total expenditure from the 1.2 billion, the minister indicates, including the figure of 241 that I have already mentioned was not originally budgeted, the minister indicates that the total amount of money he has spent is 621 million out of the 1.2 billion. Mr. Speaker, the contingency fund rules are very clear. You come to account in whole and not in parts. So what has happened to the balance emanating from the approval from the contingency fund, which has its clear reporting rules to Parliament? And the numbers are just adding up. And Mr. Speaker, we cannot consider this as a full account of the contingency fund expenditure approved by the Finance Committee to the Minister of Finance. The proper account must be rendered to this House. Mr. Speaker, when we approved 1.2 billion for the minister, he only accounted for 621, with 241 of which was not part of the expenditure. But if you look at the numbers that are being shown to us for the expenditures that are supposed to emanate from the 11.8 billion, Mr. Speaker, I get even more worried. The coronavirus allegation package of 1.2 billion was from the fund. We have a similar expenditure called the coronavirus package 2, cap 2. Mr. Speaker, are we going to take this money also from the excess of the stabilization fund? If yes, then Parliament is not approving this 2 billion until the proper procedure for approval of the spending on stabilization and contingency is complied with. Mr. Speaker, it is very important that the rules that we have set up to ensure financial transparency and accountability are strictly and properly followed. And therefore, we cannot have a blanket expenditure from the excess of the stabilization fund, especially when we are not moving that money to the other fund, which in this case, sinking fund that the minister can use to pay debt service obligation. But if we are going to spend it on cap 2, then the full extent law must be applied for the minister to come back and account for how he's going to spend the money that will move from stabilization to contingency to the tune of 2 billion. And Mr. Speaker, this is an urgent application I make to this House. But Mr. Speaker, the issue about goods and services is very, very, very unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, a poor country like Ghana, we are approving 11.8 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, 8 billion of that money is not going to build a school. It's not going to build a hospital. It's not going to provide logistics. It is going into goods and services. Mr. Speaker, we are digging our own grave for our children tomorrow. And we need 3 minutes. We need to ensure that when we are spending money in very critical conditions, we are spending for the prosperity of tomorrow. And not be spending 8 billion of 11 billion in the COVID-19 era
on goods and services. Mr. Speaker, my colleague made a very important point which got my senior colleague on his feet. But Mr. Speaker, even the money that we say we are paying out of the approvals to support statutory funds obligations that have become due because we are not collecting enough revenue, Mr. Speaker, where the monies are going are very worrying. Payment of outstanding claims. Ministry departments and agencies rightly are going into capex. Mr. Speaker, that is what I want to see. But when you come to pay going to the District Assembly's Common Fund, Mr. Speaker, goods and services. If you look at monies going to National Health Insurance Fund, goods and services. If you look at money going to GET Fund, our own GET Fund that is supposed to build schools and get us out of double track, the money is going to goods and services. Mr. Speaker, we are paying 700 million to SNIT, again goods and services. And I feel very worried that we are not addressing the concrete challenges of our economy in order to position us to recover from COVID-19, because goods and services will not be available for us to see the impact tomorrow. And I would like to advise the Minister for Finance to show a lot of magnanimity under the challenges that we have and put our money where our mouths are. Infrastructure, and no goods and services. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Adongo. Yes, conclusion from majority side. Unless it's time we close this matter. 10 minutes. Who concludes? The Honorable Minister or who?
Mr. Speaker, let me yield to the Honorable Anthony Efa. Anthony Efa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Also rise to support this motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are here all because of COVID-19 and its impact on our economy. The impact of COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, has been very red and has led to mixed performance of the economy. Mr. Speaker, if we look at paragraph 4.1 of the committee's report, you'll be able to see how COVID-19 has affected the economy. In 2019, quarter one, the real GDP growth for the country was 6.7%. Mr. Speaker, quarter one of 2020, the growth in GDP, real GDP growth, has reduced to 4.9%. The impact of COVID-19 on businesses, household consumption, and investments. Mr. Speaker, the non-oil GDP growth, and I'm referring to paragraph 4.1 of the report. The non-oil GDP growth in 2019 quarter one was 6%. Mr. Speaker, in the first quarter of 2020, the non-oil GDP grew by only 4.9%, a further reduction from the previous year. Industry in 2019 quarter one grew by 8.4%. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, the report is that in the first quarter of 2020, the growth in the industry sector was only 1.5%. These are staggering figures, huge reductions in the mass of the economy. The agri sector only increased marginally from the 2.2 of December of the first quarter of 2019 to 2.8. It's the services sector that saw some growth. So the developments were all mixed. And Mr. Speaker, if you take this out against some revisions that the Minister has proposed to this House, is that the real GDP growth, which was projected to be about 6.5, Mr. Speaker, is reduced to 0.9%. The non-oil growth rate is also projected, is revised to 1.6. So the story ahead of us isn't too good, Mr. Speaker, as a result of the COVID-19. This has led, Mr. Speaker, to the primary balance not being achieved. The projected positive 0.7% is now revised to negative 4.6%. And the overall deficit, which was projected at 4.7% of GDP, is now being revised to 11.4%. Mr. Speaker, these are worrying times. We are not in normal times. Now, the challenges, there have also been challenges with the implementation of the 2020 budget as a result of the shortfalls in revenue and also the escalation in the expenditures, some not even programmed, Mr. Speaker. This has led to even the minister suspending the fiscal responsibility rules of Act 982. Mr. Speaker, with all these challenges confronting the economy, what do we expect? The only rational thing for the minister to do is to come to this House and seek for additional funding so the government can implement its projects. If you look at the attachment to this report, and I wouldn't go through all the details because it's been elaborated significantly. But Mr. Speaker, you can see that the spending is strategic. The spending is so strategic. And if you are paying bills and all that, Mr. Speaker, I think we should be able to approve this request. I would like to conclude, Mr. Speaker, by looking at paragraph 1 of the mid-year review. And the minister quotes, and I'd like to quote, he says, "While this pandemic requires us to exceed the limits imposed by the Fiscal Responsibility Act at 988, we have had to make these major expenditures to protect lives and livelihoods and also businesses." Mr. Speaker, I can see that I have to wind up. So with these few words, I'd like to urge the House to support the supplementary budget to enable the minister carry on with his business. I thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Minister may make a couple of final remarks in 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and Right Honourable Speaker, members of the August House. I just want to thank the House for cooperating with us in these very difficult circumstances in which we have had to suspend the FRA, given the enormity of this unprecedented pandemic on the globe in our country. Mr. Speaker, with all honesty, we gave as much information as was needed to the committee, and I can only assume that these issues have been raised in good faith. But all in all, I think our President is very clear about using this situation to ensure that we transform the economy and protect lives and livelihoods in everything that, because in the end, our best capital is our human capital. Let me conclude by thanking you again for your cooperation and graciousness in these very difficult times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, all those in favour of the motion numbered 8, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Order, order. Honourable members, please. This Honourable House approves the sum of 11,896,477,566.00 as supplementary estimate for the 2020 financial year. Item listed 9. For what?
Mr. Speaker, yes, we'll deal with item number 9. But I noticed something very unfortunate, that issues are raised, and the minister has to give a response to the issues raised in such a debate relating to supplementary estimates. The ranking member who raises the issues before the minister even gets up, then leave the chamber. It's all right. But Mr. Speaker, I believe that we all should be learning from these things. Mr. Speaker, I guess we can go to item listed as 9.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I thought the majority leader was starting on a very important tangential point. But somehow he chose to skip the point. Issues were indeed raised in this House. You gave the Minister of Finance an opportunity to respond. He chose not to respond. He chose not to respond. And I was at a committee. In this House, issues have been raised. He chose not. I thought the majority leader was going to invite the minister to respond to the issues. But he chose, Mr. Speaker, he chose a side goal. And for the purpose of this House,
Honorable, you are introducing word response. I remember very well what I said. Any remarks? And we have heard many ministers and honorable finance ministers thanking members for a good debate, and that if there are any difficulties, they will be taken into account. The honorable minister has really done, is usually done. You don't reopen a debate when you are satisfied that the debate has gone well. It's not done. So please, that tangent is probably improper at this stage.
I agree entirely with you.
And let's face it, it is
except that it's the majority leader who introduced that. I agree with you.
Thank you very much.
It's an election of the minister. I agree.
The Honorable First Deputy Speaker will take the chair. At this item listed 9, motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the motion listed as item 9 on page 5 be taken out. Mr. Speaker, this is a tax waiver in respect of the development of the Kumasi Airport Phase 3. Mr. Speaker, attached to the report is the details of the taxes and duties to be waived as assessed by the Ghana Revenue Authority. Mr. Speaker, in total, the taxes and duties to be waived, it's 9,001,396 euros. Mr. Speaker, the committee has satisfied itself and respectfully recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve by resolution the waiver of duties and taxes amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 9,001,396 euros on project materials and equipment to be imported for the execution of the development of the Kumasi Airport Phase 3. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me also contribute by saying that this request for a waiver of import duties, import VAT, national health insurance, get fund levy, EXIM levy, and special import levy is something that we should support. Speaker, I said that this project is already ongoing, and there's the need to ensure that the conditions in the contract is actually being met. Mr. Speaker, apart from to say that it is also important that going forward, that together with the tax waiver, Mr. Speaker, that makes it very simple, and it says the true cost of the for the purposes of value for money. We should not necessarily wait for the project to get to a level before we come to the House for tax waiver, in line with the Constitution. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion and to encourage the Minister responsible for finance that that should be done. Already I've seen one already on the way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, shall I put a question? It appears consensus of the House. All those in favour of the motion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members. Does anyone want to contribute? I hear no from my left. So what is the difficulty? Has the motion been moved and seconded? What is the difficulty? All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Resolution, please. Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move.
Please.
The resolution.
All right. You want us to go through the motions?
Abuja, I rise to move that the resolution.
Allowed. Please go.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the resolution listed as item 10 on pages 5, 6, and 7 of today's order paper be now adopted. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion to adopt resolution number 10 on today's order paper has been moved and seconded. All in favour say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Item number 11.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the motion listed as item 11 on page 7 of today's order paper be taken down. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I will present the committee's report and ask that it be captured fully by the Hansard Department. Mr. Speaker, the total amount of taxes and duties for which this waiver is being sought is the Ghana cedi equivalent of 2,849,167 euros. And Mr. Speaker, this is in respect the Kumasi in roads and adjacent streets project. Mr. Speaker, it will be recalled that Parliament approved this loan sometime last year, specifically June 13, 2019, and to rehabilitate roads in the Kumasi metropolitan area. Mr. Speaker, attached to this report is the assessment of taxes and duties to be waived done by the Ghana Revenue Authority. The committee recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the waiver of duties and taxes amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 2,849,167 euros on project materials and equipment to be imported for the implementation of the rehabilitation and auxiliary infrastructure of Kumasi Inner Ring Roads and adjacent streets projects, 100 kilometers, Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also second the motion and also support that this amount be approved for the purposes of giving tax waiver to the company and the taking Kumasi inner city roads. Speaker, this is particularly important because the loan, as approved by Parliament, includes a portion that the tax waiver will be given to the contractor for the purposes of undertaking this project. Speaker, so in my opinion, this is consequential and it's important for us to approve it. So, Speaker, I support the motion straightforward.
Yes, Honorable Member for Bantama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that has been discussed, and to say that, Speaker, I ask that our colleagues support this motion because Kumasi has really suffered, especially if you come to the fact that in about 8 years of the previous government, my constituency in Bantama never saw any road development whatsoever. And that we've been able to, under the current President Akufo-Addo, got an opportunity for 100 kilometers of road in Kumasi inner city. I believe that, Mr. Speaker, it is good because it's going to help a lot of the constituencies, apart from Asawasi, probably to also get opportunity to uplift the road, because the road, most of the roads are very bad. There's a lot of congestion. There's a lot of high vehicle operating expenses and limited pedestrian roads. So I think I'm in the right direction, and I encourage the rest of my colleagues to support this so that Kumasi can also get some of these benefits. For these few words, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it, the motion is carried. Item 12, resolution.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the resolution listed as item 12 on pages 7, 8, and 9 of today's order paper be now adopted. I so move.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, all in favor of the motion to adopt the resolution say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. This House has the resolution numbered page 14 on today's order paper. Sorry, the resolution number 12. 12 on today's order paper. Item 13.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the motion listed as item 13 on page 9 of today's order paper be taken up. And Mr. Speaker, I will present the committee's report and once again ask that it be captured in full by the Hansard Department. Mr. Speaker, what is before the House is the waiver of duties and taxes amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of 15,526,211 euros and 23 cents on materials, equipment, and vehicles to be procured for the design, fabrication, supply, and installation of 50 composite bridges and related civil works by Michel's Knight AS in association with MC Slani SRO of the Czech Republic. Mr. Speaker, there's a domestic component and then a component in respect of imports. The breakdown has been given in the tables 1 and 2 on page 4 of the report. Also attached as an appendix are details of the tax assessment done by the GRA. Mr. Speaker, considering the benefits to be derived from the project, the committee is of the view that the request will go a long way to boost revenue collection. Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends to the House this report and approve the request for waiver of import duties amounting to 10,526,211 euros and 23 cents. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member for.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to second the motion and make few observations. For the House to approve an amount of 15,105,268 euros as a tax waiver for the construction of selected bridges in different locations. Mr. Speaker, we were told at the committee level that we have several of these wooden broken bridges at several locations, but as at now, they are intent to deal with 50 of them, so that as time goes on, they will source another funding to deal with other broken bridges. And if you turn to page 4 of the report, the rationale for the waiver, the 5.1, I read, Mr. Speaker, the committee was informed that sections of the rules, as well as wooden and steel bridges, are damaged in a number of rural areas, making many roads impassable, especially during rainy season. Mr. Speaker, we those from the rural communities, we can bear testimony to this. During the rainy season, it becomes very, very difficult for some of the roads to be accessed. So if government is taking facility to undertake such project, it's a worthy call that we need to support. And even the benefits of the project, Mr. Speaker, the first one has to do with increased access to schools and other social facilities. During rainy season, it becomes very difficult for school children to commute and attend schools, especially pregnant women find it very difficult to attend household, and even those people who market during the rainy season becomes another challenge. And the burden is put on members of parliament to come at rules as they vote against you. Sometimes you have no any other option than to find resources to fix these bridges. And nobody will find this money to you as a member of parliament because you don't have a budget for it. Sometimes I want to put some interim steps so that people can access marketplace, people can go to hospitals and all that. So I think this is very good facility, and we need to support the tax waiver. But Mr. Speaker, if you turn to the assessment column, you can find out that they are buying station wagon Toyota 6 units, and again pickups 10 units. So if you are going to construct 50 bridges, Mr. Speaker, in addition, we have about 16 vehicles. At least part of the money could have been used to increase the number of bridges that we are going to face at different locations. Because we are talking about 50 bridges, and we are going to procure 16 vehicles in respect of that, Mr. Speaker. I think it is on the higher side.
Right.
So going forward, because we have several bridges to be fixed.
Yes.
We can't spend. So, Mr. Speaker,
wait.
I think it is something we have to look at, because sometimes at the end of the project, we can't even find those vehicles any longer. They will use it for other purposes.
Continue.
So must we import everything and waive taxes on it?
Continue.
So, Mr. Speaker, with this few observation, I support the motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Resolution number 14.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the resolution listed as item 14 on pages 9, 10, and 11 of today's order paper be now adopted. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
All in favor of the motion to adopt resolution number 14 on today's order paper, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The House has adopted the resolution numbered 14 on page 9 to 11 on today's order paper. Yes, Honorable Majority.
Speaker, respectfully, I will plead that you allow the Chairman of the Finance Committee to move motions listed as items 15, 17, 19, and 21 together. They all deal with health facilities that we approved same day. Mr. Speaker, if you so permit, we will move all of them together. 15, 17, 19, and 21.
Yes, minority leadership. Available minority leader, do you have any objection to that?
Mr. Speaker, we agree with you.
Very well, Honorable Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the motions listed as 15, 17, 19, and 21 on today's order paper be taken now together. Mr. Speaker, these are in respect of materials and equipment to be procured for the construction of additional facilities and supply and installation of medical equipment to the clinical block at the Bolgatanga Regional Hospital in the Upper East Region. That's one. 2, on materials and equipment to be imported for the completion and equipping the maternity and children's block at the Konfanochi Teaching Hospital in the Ashanti Region. 3, on materials, equipment, works, and services to be procured for the construction and equipping of 12 polyclinics in the Ashanti, Eastern, Greater Accra, and Ahafo regions in Ghana by Michelle's Vamed Health Projects. And then 4, on material, equipment, works, and services to be procured for the execution of the turnkey construction of the Urology and Nephrology Center of Excellence at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. Mr. Speaker, this bulky report has attached to it the details of the assessment done by the Ghana Revenue Authority on each of the health facilities aforementioned. Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends to the House to approve the waiver of duties and taxes of $2,810,092 United States dollars for the Bolgatanga Regional Hospital, to €15,809,568 for the modernization of the Konfanochi Teaching Hospital Maternity and Children's blocks. 3, the waiver of duties and taxes amounting to €12,929,329.48 on the 12 polyclinics, and finally €6,814,819 for the construction of a G and Nephrology Center of Excellence at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, O Central.
Mr. Speaker, I second all the motions have been moved by the chairman of the Finance Committee. These are requests for waivers of taxes, duties, and other levies towards the implementation of projects which are all health related. The committee finds that these are very crucial and will lead to reduction in the cost of the project. And in some cases, there are even conditions precedent for the acquisition of the respective loans. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, I second the motion and support and call on colleagues to approve the request.
As many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Resolutions numbered 16, 18, and 20.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the resolutions listed as item 16, On pages 11, 12, and 13 of the paper, resolution 18 on pages 13 and 14 of today's order paper, resolution 20, listed as resolution 20 on pages 15, 16 of today's order paper, and finally resolution 22, listed on pages 17, 18 of today's order paper. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member for Whole Central.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the respective motions moved by the resolutions moved by the Deputy Minister on behalf of the Minister for Finance.
Honourable members, the motion to adopt the resolutions have been moved and seconded. All in favour say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. This House has adopted resolutions numbered 16, 18, and 20 on today's order paper. Sorry, on 20 on today's order paper. There were four motions, oh, very well, and resolution number 22 on today's order paper. Yes, Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, item 23.
Item
23.
23. Motion.
Speaker, item 23 is a procedural motion. I beg to move that the procedural motion listed as item 23 on page 19 be taken now. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Very well. The motion to adopt the procedural motion number 23 has been moved and seconded. All in favour say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Now, item 24.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the motion listed as item 24 on page 19 of today's order paper be taken out. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I'll present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, what's before the House is the Credendo Covered Buyers Credit Facility Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana and Bell Foods Bank for an amount of 72,150,000 euros to finance the construction of the Park Grant Interchange and other roads in Sekedi and Takrade Township. Phase 1. Mr. Speaker, the terms and conditions of the loan are given in paragraph 4 on page 4 of the report. The Speaker, once again, is a 72.15 million euro facility. It has a tenure of 13 years. The interest rate is the CIRR plus 1.35% per annum, commitment fee of 0.3% per annum, management fee of 0.75% flat of the facility amount. So, Speaker, Phase 1 of the project covers the rehabilitation of 35 kilometers of selected roads in Sekedi and Takrade. Whilst Phase 2 covers...
I'm looking at what is on the other paper. It's 65 million. But you keep referring to 72 million. Where is the 72 million coming from?
Mr. Speaker, I think we have moved the motion for the Roads Committee. We moved the motion for the Roads Committee.
So where is your own motion?
We have run into a roadblock.
Sorry?
The motion listed is for the roads committee, not the finance committee report. So
Well, so I don't know, the Roads and Transport Committee ready to move this motion?
they don't have their.
Neither the chairman or the ranking member is here. Very well.
Yes, Speaker, the Honorable Chairman Boaji is a member of the committee, so you can move the motion.
Who is a member of the committee?
Let's leave it.
Yes, Honorable.
Speaker, the information is that the report of the road committee is not yet ready. And the chairman for finance committee is moving this motion as if it's a finance committee's report that is going to be presented. We cannot take this particular motion only for the finance committee report to be presented. So in the circumstances, the motion cannot be taken.
Speaker, indeed, this is a contract agreement, and the referral went to the roads committee. I thought that they joined the leadership of the finance committee, and I'm informed that leadership of the finance committee was not joined to it. So that being the case, the Speaker, we have to drop that one and go to item listed as 33. Item 33. So, Mr. Speaker, in that regard, the procedural motion that was moved would have to be nullified. The procedural motion moved in that regard, that is item 23, will have to be nullified. And any other matter related to that, the Speaker will have to be notified. That is, which was done pursuant to motion listed as item 24. We notified it.
So will you move another motion to vacate the orders made to?
The Speaker, I'm not too sure that we do need a motion, a formal motion. But if you may,
very well.
I will move that we nullify all that has been done in respect motion listed as item 23 and also item 24. As we move.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we are masters of our own rules, so as a kind of motion.
Honourable members, the motion is adopted without a vote. But all orders made in respect of motion number 23 are hereby vacated. Now, item Honourable Leader, did you say we should go to item number 33? 33?
Yes, Speaker, as I indicated, we deal with item 33. 33. Yes.
Very well. Honourable members, item number 33. University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development Bill 2020 at the consideration stage. Yes. Clause 14.
Chancellor of the University.
Amendment proposed. It's in the name of the chairman, the committee.
Clause 14. Amendment proposed, subclause 2 and 3. Delete and insert the following. The councils are appoint the Chancellor for the University. Also moved, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item II. Chairman.
Amendment proposed, subclause 3. Delete. Mr. Speaker, we are deleting subclause 3 of 14 because the 2 is taking care of the 3. So we have collapsed the 3. Thank you.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item III.
Amendment proposed, Mr. Speaker, subclause 4, line 1. Before head, insert titular.
Yes,
but
Honorable.
Withdraw it. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, at the Winnowing Committee, I remember we dropped that amendment. So I am not moving it. Thank you.
Very well. Item III withdrawn. Item IV. Chairman.
Clause 14, subclause 6, line 1. Period. Delete period and insert term. So the rendition reads, okay. The Chancellor shall hold office for a term of 5 years and is eligible for reappointment for another term only.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item V. Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Subclause 14, subclause 8, line 2. Delete related to and insert off. As so moved.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item VI.
So, Speaker, amendment proposed. Subclause 9, line 2. Before diploma, insert honorary degree. As so moved.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 14, not variously amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 14, not variously amended, is added to stand part of the bill. Clause 15.
Vacancy in office of the Chancellor.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I was following proceedings in respect of the amendment you just, the honorary degree. Mr. Speaker, we've been having issues with people using the title when conferred on them. I just would want to find out whether it will please the chairman of the committee to, at the appropriate time, specifically indicate whether it would please him to restrict the use of the title when it is conferred as an honorary degree. I just would want to, people get honorary PhD and they use it and call themselves doctor.
Are you sponsoring an amendment to that effect, or where does it fit?
Because I'm only suggesting.
Yes,
yes, Mr. Speaker, I would want to suggest to Chairman.
That's right. Yes, Honorable Ranking Member. What's up?
Mr. Speaker, what the honourable member is referring to is not part of the bill. The bill is to confer honorary degrees. How it is used is not the concern of the bill. So, please, the honourable member is wasting our time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, let's proceed with our consideration. Honourable Chairman, amendment proposed, item VII.
Clause 15, subclause 1, add the following new paragraph. Incapacitation. As so moved, the Speaker.
All in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 15 as amended. Is order to stand part of the bill. All in favour say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 15 as amended. Is order to stand part of the bill. Clause 16.
Vice Chancellor of the University.
Item VIII. Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Amendment proposed, subclause 4, line 1, delete period of 3 and insert term of 4. I so moved.
All in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item IX.
Amendment proposed, the Speaker, surplus 6, line 2, before efficient, insert effective and.
All in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes, the amendment is carried. Item X. Chairman.
Amendment proposed, subclause 7, line 1 and 2, delete as may be. I so moved.
All in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 16 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favour say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 16 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 17.
Pro Vice Chancellor of the University.
Item XI. Amendment proposed.
Subclause 2, line 1, delete a and insert the definite article.
All in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XII.
Amendment proposed, the Speaker, surplus 3, line 1, delete period and insert term. I so moved.
All in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XIII.
Amendment proposed, surplus 4 line 1. Delete council meeting and insert meeting of the council.
All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XIV.
Amendment proposed, surplus 7 line 2. Delete oath and insert oaths.
All in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 17, as variously amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 17, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 18.
Academic Board.
Amendment proposed.
Clause 18, line 1. Delete is established by this act and insert shall be. So the reduction as so moved.
Other members, is it not the other way around? Shall be. You usually would have changed from shall be to is in the future. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we are establishing the university. So if you look at it, the academic, we are not going to establish the academic board. There shall be, which means that we assume that it should be, but the word established is not appropriate. That's what we are changing.
Yes.
Saying that there shall be, could just be, there is established. Oh, we don't want establish. We don't want establish.
Very well. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 18 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 18 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 19.
Composition of the Academic Board.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Clause 19, surplus 1, paragraph A. Delete who shall be and insert us. I so move.
All in favor of the amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XVII. Chairman, amendment proposed.
Surplus 1, paragraph G. Add the following new paragraph. A faculty. I so moved.
Yes. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XVII.
Amendment proposed, surplus 1, paragraph G. Add the following as closing phrase. Elected in accordance with the statutes of the university. I so move.
All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XIX.
Surplus 1, paragraph 1. Delete who is and insert us.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item X. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at 19.1. You've already done that. You've already done that. haven't you? We've already done that in FBI. So I'm looking at this one that we are doing. The figure is not 19.1, it's 19I.
It's 1 subclause 1.
1I.
I.
Yeah. He was saying 19.1. that's where I was trying to go. 1I.
1I.
Yes.
Yeah. So the amendment is carried. Item XX.
Clause 19, amendment proposed, subclause 1, paragraph J, line 2, delete by convocation. I so moved.
All in favor of proposed amendment say aye.
Aye.
All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 19, adversely amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 19, adversely amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 20.
Board.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Clause 20, clause 2, line 1, delete subclause 1, line 2, delete under this act and. That's so moved.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XXII.
Amendment proposed, subclause 2, line 1, delete comprised and insert consistent.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I think there's a bit of confusion here. In the 21, I think what other amendments that must be proposed by the chairman is, that is 21. Line 2, we deleted as may be determined, and inserted any other functions prescribed. I think it was not captured here.
Not captured here.
Very well. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the new rendition for clause 21 reads, the Academic Board may establish standing and ad hoc committees for the purpose of carrying out functions under this Act and any other functions prescribed by the statutes of the university.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Respectfully, in that regard, what was done under XXR is abandoned or must be considered withdrawn.
It is overreached by the last one.
Absolutely.
Yes. So clause 20 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 20 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 21.
Functions of the Academic Board.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Clause 21, amendment proposed, paragraph B, line 2. Delete accreditation by the National Accreditation Board and insert
the accreditation by Higher Education Commission and the Commission for Technical and Vocational Education and Training. I so moved.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XIV.
Amendment proposed, paragraph C, subparagraph III, delete and insert the following. Matters relating to technical, vocational, and entrepreneurial education and. I so moved.
All in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XXV. Chairman, item XXV.
Amendment proposed, paragraph C, subparagraph IV, delete and insert the following. Subjects.
Within and outside the country, why have you?
Yes, Chairman. Leader.
Yes. What he did for paragraph C, he deleted and inserted, but unfortunately, I think he's left out the words within and outside the country.
Which clause are you dealing with?
C.
21C.
Yes.
We deleted what?
Matters relating to technical, vocational, and entrepreneurial education and training within and outside the country. Mr. Speaker, that is the full complement of it.
Very well. I'll put the question on the C again. All in, yes.
The Speaker, see, looking at what leader is saying, we have line 2. We continue with this on matters relating to, then come to I. So the 3 is the numbering is wrong, so we come to I. And then, so we are adding to the emphasis on matters relating to. No. No. But with special emphasis on matters relating to. But I've been here for the past 30 minutes.
Indeed, the advertised amendment is matters relating to technical, vocational, entrepreneurial education, and then the leader just suggested that we were supposed to add training within and outside the country. Is that right? So I'll put the question on the 21CIII again. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, Wawes.
I just wanted to draw your attention to the fact that in the bill, the numbering using the Roman numerals is wrong. So instead of IV, it should be 1. That's why there's part of the confusion.
I'm just referring to the other paper. The draft persons will do the corrections relating to numbering. Right, so XXV, you can move that motion again.
Amendment proposed, paragraph C, subparagraph IV, delete and insert the following. Subjects that relate to technical, vocational, and entrepreneurial education and training within outside the country. Within and outside the country.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XXVI.
Amendment proposed, Mr. Speaker, paragraph 1, delete other functions and insert any other functions specified. I so moved.
All in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, clause 21, as variously amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The
Mr.
ayes,
Speaker,
yes.
the word was functions, but it's function here, so we should add S.
The draft persons will do the appropriate one. Clause 21, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 22.
The registrar.
Item XSVII.
Clause 22, subclause 2, amendment proposed, line 2, delete for the university. I so moved.
All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XFVIII.
Amendment proposed, subclause 3, paragraph A, line 1, delete period and insert term, and in line 2, delete but. I so move.
All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Amendment is carried. Item XXX. No, sorry, XXIX.
Amendment proposed, subclause 6, line 1, delete functions provided for and insert function specified. I so moved.
As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XXX.
Amendment proposed, subclause 7, line 2, delete oath of office and insert official oath. I so moved.
All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 22, as variously amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All say no. The ayes have it. Clause 22, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 23.
Director of Finance.
Amendment proposed. Chairman. XXXI.
Amendment proposed, subclause 2, line 1 and 2, delete for the university.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XXXII.
Amendment proposed, Mr. Speaker, subclause 3, line 1, delete period and insert term, and in line 2, delete but.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XXXIII. Chairman.
Subclause 4, line 1, amendment proposed, delete as prescribed and insert specified. As so moved.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XXXIV.
Amendment proposed. Add the following new subclause. The Director of Finance shall, before assuming office, take and subscribe to the official oaths as specified in the schedule. I so moved.
All of the proposed amendments say aye. All against say no. The ayes of it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 23 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 23 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 24.
Appointment of other staff.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Line 2 after effective, insert and efficient.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 25 as amended is ordered to shall form part of the bill. All in favor say aye. Sorry, it was clause 24 instead. So clause 24 as amended is ordered. It shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 24 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 25.
Internal Audit Unit.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Clause 25, amendment proposed. Add the following new subclause as advertised on the order paper, page 30. I so moved.
Honourable members, the proposed new clauses are for the consideration of the House. All in favor of the proposed new clauses say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The new clauses are adopted. Now, clause 25 as amended. It shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 26 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 26.
Internal Organization of the University.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
26, subclause 1, paragraph A, line 1. Delete National Council for Tertiary Education and insert Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. I so moved, Mr. Speaker.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Clause 26, item XXX VIII.
Clause 26, subclause 1, paragraph E, before professional, insert staff.
All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XXXIX.
Clause 26, subclause 2, paragraph A, line 1 and 2. Delete in consultation with the National Council for Tertiary Education with approval of the minister. I so moved.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm struggling. 26(1)E, paragraph 1E. It says before professional, we should insert staff.
Before professional.
I don't see where the professional is in 1E.
Is there? Is there? E, promotion of staff.
1E.
Yes. E, ABC. E.
Oh, sorry. I'm looking at another.
Very well. So clause 26 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. They have it. Clause 26 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 27.
Funds of the investee.
Amendment proposed. Chairman, item XL.
Clause 27, subclause 1, paragraph B, opening phrase, delete and insert the following: internally generated funds, including as a root.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XLI. Chairman.
Clause 27, subclause 2, line 3, at end, add with the approval of the Controller and Accountant General. As so moved, Speaker.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Amendment is carried. Now, clause 27, as amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 27, as amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 28.
Borrowing powers.
To advertise amendment to clause 28. All in favor of clause 28 being part of the bill, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 28 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 29.
Submission of annual estimate.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
We are deleting clause 29.
Very well. All in favor of clause 29 being deleted from the bill, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 29 is ordered to be deleted from the bill. Clause 30.
Accounts and audit.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Clause 30, subclause 1, delete and insert the following: the council shall ensure that the university keeps books, records, returns, and other documents relevant to the accounts in the form approved by the Auditor General. As so moved.
All in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XLIV. Chairman, amendment proposed.
Clause 30, subclause 4, delete and insert the following: 4. The Auditor General, within 6 months after the end of the immediately preceding financial year, A, audit the accounts and submit a report to the Parliament, and B, forward a copy each of the audit reports to the Minister and the Council. There.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. They have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 30 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 30 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 31.
Annual reports and other reports.
Item XLV. Chairman.
Clause 31, subclause 1, line 1, delete 1 month and insert 30 days. As so moved.
All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XLVI. Chairman.
Clause 31, subclause 3, line 1 is consequential, Mr. Speaker.
All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XLVII. Yes, Chairman.
Amendment proposed, clause 31, subclause 4, line 1, delete also.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, Clause 31 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 31 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 32.
Exemption from taxes, duties, and other charges.
There is no advertised amendment to 32. All in favor of Clause 32 being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. Ayes have it. Clause 32 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 33.
Statutes of University.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Clause 33, amendment proposed, opening phrase and paragraph A. Delete and insert the following. 1. The councils are enact statutes as advertised on the order paper page 32, Mr. Speaker.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item XLIX.
Clause 33. Add the following new paragraph. Determine the procedure for the award of degrees, diplomas, and certificates. I so moved.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 33 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 33 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 34.
Convocation.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Clause 34, subclause 1, line 2. Delete prescribed by and insert as specified in.
All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item LI. Chairman.
Clause 34, subclause 3, line 1. Before vote, insert attend and.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 34 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 34 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 35.
Matriculation.
Amendment proposed.
Clause 35, subclause 1, line 1. After take, insert and subscribe to.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 35 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 35 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 36.
Congregation.
Amendment proposed.
Clause 36. Amendment proposed. Delete and insert the following clause as advertised on the other paper page 33. As so moved.
Members, the proposed new clause is for the consideration of the House. All in favor of the proposed new clause say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed new clause is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, clause 36 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 36 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 37.
Student governance.
There's no advertised amendment to 37. All in favor of clause 37 being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 37 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 38.
Intellectual property.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Clause 38, subclause 3, line 2. Delete persons who undertake any and insert a person who undertakes any creative, and in line 4, delete those persons benefit from their and insert the person benefit from the creative. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against that say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 38 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 38 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 39.
Academic freedom.
The name of Honorable Bernard Ahiafo.
Mr. Speaker, clause 39 amendment proposed, delete. Mr. Speaker, the reason for the proposal for the deletion is that I've looked at other university bills that has been passed by this House, and there is no provision of academic freedom being in those bills. So for the sake of consistency, I am proposing that it be deleted. Mr. Speaker, the second reason is that we have the public university bills, which is yet to be passed into law. It has this provision. So the agreement is that we should pass this particular in line with the existing university bills, so that when we are doing the public university bill, we can take critical look at some of these things. So it is for these reasons that I'm proposing that clause 39 be deleted in its entirety.
Very well. Honourable members. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, of course, we have the public university bill yet to be considered, and we realize that there are some new provisions in that bill that were imported in this bill, and so many of them we did not agree to and had to delete them. But with this provision, Mr. Speaker, I think that it is important we leave it here. Academic freedom, to me, doesn't add any harm to this bill. It is only indicating, or of course, emphasizing the need for the university to have that freedom. So it is important. So we went ahead to do some little amendments in some of the subclauses and paragraphs, and wanted to stay.
Honourable Member for West.
We want the deletion because if you begin to create clauses or laws giving academic freedom, you are inviting Parliament and other people who have such power to take it away from them. It is assumed, and by the nature of the way universities are run, we don't need to create any freedom for them. It should not be here.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the universities, public universities, they already have the academic freedom. My worry is that if you legislate academic freedom here, and SD Domo, there is nothing on academic freedom. CK Tendam, there is nothing like academic freedom. University of Ghana and all the other universities, there is nothing like academic freedom. Is it in the impression that it is only this university that has academic freedom and other universities don't have the academic freedom? That is why we are proposing a deletion for the sake of consistency.
Not only that.
But the more critical issue is what the Honourable Member for Wa West has raised. That it's as if Parliament that is giving them the academic freedom, and that as and when we choose, we can take it away. Once we start legislating things that are assumed, whether it is by practice or convention, you'll find a situation where someday the legislators will say, well, we gave it to you by law, so we can take it away by law. That's what for me is the threat I see. Yes, Honorable Minister, you wanted to say something to that.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to say that what the Honorable Member for Wawe said is not the international practice. In fact, when we were looking for, because the university lecturers have been agitating for academic freedom, when in fact we were looking for the best example, we found that in other jurisdictions, this is enshrined. And they take that power for the fundamental and say that in the academic system, that is it. So we translate from the constitution to the. So when you go to Kenya and rest, the academic freedom is enshrined in law. That doesn't mean that we are giving them that power. And even the legislation we are doing, we can also take it from them. The constitution we write down, we put the fundamental human rights, that is voted. Ghanaians can re-vote. So that is not the reason. But I do support Honorable Member for Akachi South, who says that for consistency, we should leave it for the omnibus bill, public university, so that we don't create the impression that it is here and it is not there. That I do agree. And I also do say that this is not negative. The bills that you are striking out, the clauses that you are striking out that I support, are negative clauses. Emergency powers and things. But this is a positive clause, reinforcing something that they have been stating all along. And I do think that if we leave it, it is rather enhancing the work of the university. It's not negative. So that is what I wanted to say.
Let me go here before.
Mr. Speaker, exactly so. The only reason why I would support the deletion is because we are being told that it will find space in the Public Universities Act and to general application to all public universities. That's the only reason why I'm supporting it. It is this bill, this provision, as provided in clause 9, is re-emphasizing the traditional principles of academic freedom. It's a recognition that tertiary institutions have academic freedom, and this provision is saying that. But because it's going to find space in the Public Universities Act to be of general application to all public universities, if we move it there, it will make sense and satisfy people that even though it has not found expression in the earlier bills or acts that we passed, it is not intended to discriminate in the enjoyment of this traditional academic freedom. That's the only reason why. But I agree with the minister that this is reinforcing. It is not anything in the negative.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the honorable member for Akachi that we should delete it. Speaker, we should delete it for reasons of consistency, that it doesn't appear in the other bills that. And if we do insert it here, it may mean that perhaps we are discriminating against the other institutions, and that the other institutions don't have academic freedom. So if there's going to be an omnibus bill that would institute that or recognize that, then without prejudice to the statutes or to the provisions in all the acts relating to the other universities, it will have universal application. So, Mr. Speaker, I would want us to take it from that angle. As to people saying that, well, academic freedom should be assumed, I completely disagree. Because the primary law establishes the independence of arms of government, like of the judiciary. The independence is enshrined in the Constitution. We have the human rights. enshrined in the Constitution. But we take it for granted as human beings. But then, for purposes of emphasis, the primary law would state that. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that, whereas there is much merit in this provision, I believe that in order that it will not sound discriminatory, let's leave it out. And perhaps it will find space in the public universities and will have universal application to all the universities.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 39 is ordered to be deleted from the bill. Clause 40.
Policy directives.
Amendment proposed. Chairman. Oh, sorry. Honorable Hayafo.
Mr. Speaker, clause 40, amendment proposed. Delete. Mr. Speaker, the reasons are the same. These have no expression in the other university bills that we have passed. It finds expression in the public university bills, which is yet to be passed into law. So I believe strongly when it is passed into law, it will deal uniformly with the other universities.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 40 is ordered to be deleted from the bill. Clause 41.
Anti-discrimination.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Clause 41, subclause 1, opening phrase line 3. Before race, delete the.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 41 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. Yes, Chairman.
41.3, there was an amendment there. 41.3.
Yes, let's hear you.
Line 2. Before, after attributable, you put 2. 2. After attributable, 2. Only or mainly on. So, the rendition will read, for the purpose of this section, discriminate means to give different treatment to different persons attributable to, only or mainly on the grounds that stated in section 1.
Very well.
Attributable to.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 41 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, the ayes have it. Clause 41 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, yes.
Firstly, I believe the placement of the preposition is wrong. It's attributable or mainly to, not to only or mainly. No, attributable only or mainly to.
In that case, if you put the mainly, the two between mainly or after mainly, then we should on.
Say attributable to, only or mainly on the grounds.
Yes, Tamale Central.
The Speaker is a constitutional provision. Attributable only or mainly to. Then you continue. It's a constitutional Article 17.
Can you read?
Article 73 says that for the purposes of this article, discriminate means to give different treatment to different persons attributable only or mainly to their respective descriptions of race, place of origin, political opinions, color, gender, occupation, religion, or creed, whereby persons of one description are subjected to disabilities or restrictions to which persons of another description are not made subject or are granted privileges or advantages which are not granted to persons of another description.
Well, but you see, if you put the two after mainly, the then have to go. Yes, Honorable Ho Central.
Mr. Speaker, whilst I do not disagree with the intent of the issue, the construction as in this clause does not fit in. And that is why Honorable Chairman of the Education Committee reframed it. And that is correct. So I think his amendment should be upheld.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's a minor thing that we must agree to. It should read attributable only or mainly to, if you like, to the grounds stated in subsection 1 or to the descriptions stated in subsection 1. That is how it should be.
The ground stated in subsection 1, is that right? All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 41 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 41 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 42.
Dispute settlement.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Clause 42, subclause 1, delete. Clause 42, head note, delete, and insert appeals.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item LXIV.
Okay.
Chairman.
Clause 42, subclause 1.
No appeal.
All the other bills we have passed this up.
He hasn't moved the motion. Let him move the motion. Then after that, I'll hear the objection. Yes, Chairman, please move your motion.
Clause 42, subclause 1. Delete and insert the following. There shall be appeals board for the university. I so moved.
Yes, for the issue of the House. Yes, now I hear you.
Yeah, I have no problem with the suggested amendment in 42 clause 1, but this provision is establishing an appeals board. So the head note, the appeals, is the establishment of the board. It's not a process of the appeals, but the institution. It's creating an institution. So that's why we should, in the head note, it should be appeals board.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the provision establishes an appeal board and also determines the processes and procedures of appeal. That is why we have to delete the board. Otherwise, you have to have, say, appeal board and
appeals processes. You don't need to do that. So if you have appeal, it will encapsulate both the boards and the processes and procedures. There's a reason in all the acts we have appeals. This is not the only one.
And actually, the 4A states the appeals procedure. In addition to the board, establishing the board, the procedure and the grievances are all contained in the same 42. Yes, oh, let me listen to the second of the speaker, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's very good reason why we say appeals court or court of appeal. There's very good reason for that. You establish the body and then create the procedure of getting to the body or how the body should conduct its activities. And so this clause is to establish the body. If we've been doing that, then it's an oversight. I will not say it's an error. It's an oversight. It is dealing with appeals board. You don't need to create another thing for the procedure or processes. It will be within the same clause. So it should be appeals board. And clearly it's stating there that there is established by this act. Sorry?
Okay, what is it? No, it says that.
That's how it should be. Oh, well.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I think that what we have in this bill, straight away, if it goes to the appeals board, we do not have anywhere in this bill where we have a conflict resolution team or body that resolves any conflict. But if you look at the CK University appeals, and it starts with 1, subject to subsection 2, disputes on. So it establishes a number of disputes where it can be, and it says that shall be settled in accordance with the statutes of the university. So some statutes, some processes have been given in the statutes of the university where resolutions conflicts can be resolved. But then when you come to 2, it is the subclause 2 that is now establishing an appeals board. So if you go through 1 and you're not happy, then you go through the appeals board. So the general topic there is appeals. But then if you come to this bill that we are dealing with, it starts straight away with the establishment of the board, which makes it wrong. So we should have appeals. Then we have 1 plus 1, subject to subsection 2. So subsection 2 is now referring to the appeals board.
There's nothing.
Please.
There's nothing. Yes, but I'm going to go for hours.
Speaker, the argument in some of the legislation, the thing is dispute settlement. And in this particular case, appeals is the appropriate thing because you have not separated the setting up of the board. It is including the procedure, appointments and everything. So that is why it should be appeals. Everything. If you put it there, the head note will be misleading everybody. So that is why it is about, and in it, a board is set up. And then the procedures for settling these, which are internal, they are not for outside things. Promotions, people who should have been, how things are happening and people are not happy. Staff, lecturers, they send it to this one. So it should be appeals. In some laws, it is dispute settlement. So I think that it should be appeals rather than, if we insist on the board, then we should separate them into 2, where you are setting up the board and where you are procedurally providing for how they do it.
The Chairman of Constitution and Legal.
Mr. Speaker, if we are going by precedent and don't want to depart from precedent, Mr. Speaker, it appears to me that there is something that is missing in this one, which finds expression in Section 39 of C.K. Tedham University of Technology. And the whole of 39(1) in that act, A, B, C, and D ought to be lifted and incorporated in this one, ought to be lifted and incorporated in this one in order to make clause 42 of this bill comprehensive. Mr. Speaker, the C.K. Tedham University of Technology starts with appeals. That is Section 39. And after it has dealt with appeals, then it comes to subsection 2 to establish the appeal board. So the heading itself, Mr. Speaker, is appeals, but not appeal board.
Mr. Speaker, do you have the C.K. Tedham University?
The
C.K. Tedham University of
Unfortunately, I'm not holding one.
It one, I believe it will help you to appreciate the being raised by my colleague, the member.
Yes, I'm reading this, and I even have proposed amendments I think we should propose.
Yes. In fact, that is how it should be.
You see, this appeals contains everything to do with us. It contains the board establishment, the procedure, how members are supposed to be appointed, and everything to do with appeals is contained here. Right. And therefore, for me, the heading is appropriate. Everything to do with appeals. The establishment of the board, the procedure, the grievance, all of them to do with appeals. But I'm being pointed, the C.K. Tedham one, I'm being pointed to it. Can I read what is here? Appeals. Subject to subsection 2, disputes on A, acts or omissions in contravention of this act or the statutes of university, breach of an employment contract by the university, promotion of persons only employed by the university, duly employed by the university, grievances by students against the university on matters related to welfare and discipline. E, any other matter or dispute specified in the statute shall be settled in accordance with the statutes of the university. Come to 2. There is established by this act a body to be known as the C.K. Tedham University of Technology and Applied Sciences Appeals Board. Then it comes down to do the same thing as is contained here. But if you go down, this 39 one is contained in 42.4. It's not the same, it's not different, except that the arrangement is different. If you go to 42.4, the appeal board shall hear and determine, and I'll delete the on, appear and determine appeals and matters on A, an act of omission in contravention of this act or the statutes enacted by the council. B, breach of an employment contract by the university. C, promotion of persons duly employed by the university. D, grievances. E, the same thing that are in 39.1 are also contained in 42.4. So it's only a rearrangement of what is here. Yes.
Speaker, thank you very much. The dispute settlement is in section 32 of the University of Ghana Act. So in that one, they didn't set up a board. They just said that dispute settlement and went ahead to establish a board. So my point is that this one, we can separate the two, setting it up as a head note and then giving the procedures under it, a different thing. But if the premier university has dispute settlement and we change it to appeals board, appeals, then we should be looking at whether there was merit in the Premier University having dispute settlement, and in our case, appeals.
Right. Is there any provision for dispute settlement anywhere? Because there's no dispute settlement that begins with the appeals. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at the CK Dam, University of Technology and Applied Sciences Act, the 39.1 really is a dispute settlement. So 39.1, that agreement there is a settlement of dispute. And people who want to carry it upstairs, if they are not satisfied, appeals. So then the first chapter is the settlement of disputes, and then the second, that is from 2, then will be the appeals. If you, in fact, in the CK we debated this and collapsed everything into one and said it should just be simply appeals. Now, if you want, we can have that provision imported into 42 of the Criminal Development Bill, and then make that place 1, and then caption it dispute settlement, and then what is here, which is 1, then will be the appeals, or if you like, the appeals or whatever. So, Mr. Speaker, is the same thing, but left that one, the CK 1, that is the section 1, 39.1, before we have 42.1 here. Yes. And then that will make sense.
Okay, so here, the appeals, even though it's headed appeals, the CK1 is actually referring to solution of matters in accordance with statutes of the university. So the first court of instance is based on the statutes, and that this established this act becomes the appeal one. But here, we do not refer to where you begin.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you look at the CK 1, after the settlement, the dispute settlement, then you come to, you not go to 2, 3, 4, but come to 5. You will see that there, the provision is the appeal shall hear and determine on appeal matters on acts or omissions in contravention of this act or statutes of the university. That then will follow after 39.1e in the CK 1. So it breaks it into the one is the settlement of disputes, and people not satisfied with the outcome can go on appeal. So that is the agreement.
This interpretation is problematical. The appeal cannot be subject to. It should be follow on from, but subject to. I think we have to review those clauses critically. We have to review them critically. Because 39.1 appeals, subject to subsection 2, disputes on acts of omission in contravention of this act or the statutes, breach of employment, or any other related matter specified in the shall be settled in accordance with the statute of the university. So then subsection 2 is establishing a body. So I don't know how the statute one will be subject to the appeals, but I think even though it's incongruous, this attempt to set up the settlement procedure, even though it's headed appeals, and then after that, before the appeals come. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you see, in this one, in the academic one, the 42.4, which takes after what obtains the CK 35, the same language. The appeals board shall hear and determine on appeal appeal matters on an act or omission in contravention of this act or the statutes enacted by the council. So that dispute settlement test, as captured in the CK Table 1, ought to be availed. And that's why I'm saying that we can lift the 39(1) into this one to precede it so that it will find space and it will be synchronized.
Yes, I agree, we can, but in that case, we can't call appeals. It has to change to dispute settlement, and then appeals will come after that. Right. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the many areas when you go through the various university acts. Parliament has acted differently at different times, and the need to streamline some with proper thinking. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you go to clause 33, it's about statutes of the university. One of the functions of the statute is to determine the rules and procedures related to discipline of students and employees in the university. This appeal that we are doing was to give room that when this is exercised and there's still not an understanding, you can have an appeals in law that the university should set up, that their ruling can be binding. So if we need to make change, because I think that apart from probably changing the head note 39 that we have from dispute settlements to appeals, if there's a place that we need changing to make it flow, we should look at the statutes and this particular sub-clause, make it the first point of call for disciplinary and dispute resolution matters. And because that is catered for in the law, that it should be done by statute, it seems as the normal procedure if somebody is hurt in the university, if somebody has a grievance, if somebody must be disciplined. It is in all the university statutes, that is the first point of call. But some of the universities then don't appeals board. So matters that go there, the people who are aggrieved don't have a place to appeal. So subsequent bills have introduced this appeals board. So if I'm both, I do agree, we may not have the perfect way and we have to find the perfect way. But it starts from dispute resolution or disciplinary matters in the statutes. So maybe we need to have a construct that can be applicable everywhere. Thank you.
Yes,
I think that the issue was actually how do we subtitle clause 42 so that anybody taking clause 42 will know what is contained there. It was not about policy and procedure. How do we title 42? Anybody taking 42 can reasonably anticipate what will be contained in 42. If titling it appeals does it, so be it. Except that we thought that it should be appeals board. But if appeals does it, that's all. It is not about policy. So, Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't drag this matter too long. It's just a head note.
Honourable Member, but there's a real point. We have stated that in clause 33 that the university shall regulate by statutes. They have listed these items. But we have not provided for dispute resolution if there is dispute in respect of these statutes. But we have gone ahead to establish appeals board. So I think we should start from dispute settlement and then probably lift the 39 here. And then after that, the 42 will become, the appeals will come so that we can have the 39 one here. Whether it will become a new clause, and after that, the appeals will follow. Otherwise, there's no dispute settlement arrangement. You go straight to the appeals. But so I'll defer the question on 43 and allow members to. Yes, but that is not the only matters that will arise. You know, so if you make it comprehensive, cover all the things that are, yes. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I believe we all appreciate the principle now that we should provide for dispute settlement or dispute resolution. That, as you are saying, is included in the 39(1) of the CK. So we can give directives to the table officers and
just so that doesn't become an order, but act of the law, move a motion so that I'll grant it and make the.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we provide for dispute settlement provision, and that dispute settlement should be fashioned on the provision contained in 39(1) of the CK University of Technology and Applied Sciences Act 2019. As we move.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
All in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, I direct the draft persons to carry out the decision as taken back. Now 43.
Interpretation.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Clause 43. Add the following new interpretation.
All in favor of this amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. LXVI. Yes, Chairman. Amendment proposed.
Clause 43. Amendment proposed. Interpretation of university line 1 after the insert Akenten Apiamenka. Also moved.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker. You want to say something? Something.
Mr. Speaker, 43. Now that we are doing something to the appeals board, the appeals board in 1, there's an amendment. So we cannot have the definition being right now. The appeals board means the University of Skills, Training and Entrepreneurial Development Appeals Board established. We are making an amendment to.
We will not amend the text.
Subclause 1. So we said that there shall be an appeals board. We didn't say it's established.
Once it is stated in the law.
No, so if you do that, yes, I know we have done that already. So the established here cannot hold.
Yes. Wow.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. There's no need for this motion that the Vice Chairman is moving, because clause 1 of this bill already indicates the university that is set up. So the best you can say is that means the university established under clause 1, subclause 1. So, I mean, because that is where the name has been established. So we don't need any interpretation as to that particular case. You can only cross-reference. The drafter should handle that, please.
Yes, Chairman. What's the view that the proposed amendment?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I drop the amendment.
Very well. So Clause 43 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Clause 44.
Consequential amendment.
There is no advertised amendment to Clause 44. All in favor of Clause 44 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 44 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 45.
Transitional provisions.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Clause 45, subclause 2, line 3. Delete National Council for Tertiary Education and insert Ghana Tertiary Education Commission as so moved.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The amendment is carried. Item LXII. Chairman.
Clause 45, subclause 5, line 2. Delete period and insert term. And in line 3 and 4, delete National Council for Tertiary Education and insert Ghana Tertiary Education Commission as so moved, Mr. Speaker.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, Clause 45, as amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 45, as amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. That brings us to the end of consideration. Yes, Honorable Ranking Member for Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the plenary yesterday, we said that the schedule should be amended so that we'll have the two oaths there. Yeah, the two oaths. Yeah, it has not been captured in the other paper. So I just want to remind so that the Home Office can.
Very well. So the schedule. Move your amendment.
And schedule. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Is there an amendment proposed for the schedule?
Mr. Speaker, it's under the schedule. We have only the official oath there. Okay, I move that the oath of secrecy is added to the oath in the schedule. Thank you.
So, all in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now I'll put the question. Schedule then. That the schedule as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The schedule as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Honourable Member for Ho West.
Mr. Speaker, I have some considerations chanced on an issue I want to draw the attention of the House to in clause 33 for a quick consideration. Well, I don't want to move that, but we can look at it. We are saying that clause 33, the statute shall shall regulate terms and conditions of service as determined by the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission.
Is that amendment you are proposing?
No, this is in the amendment, and I think it was adopted. But I want to raise issue with that. When Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, which is a statutory body by itself, determine the wages, service conditions, can the statute do anything about it? The statute cannot change it. So I want to say that if we can amend that place, that if there is any other, to the effect that if there is any other conditions of service, then the statute can work on that. But where Fair Wages and Salaries Commission determine the salaries and the conditions of service of public servants, I don't think an internal body like the statute can do anything about it. That has been the practice. So I just want to draw the attention so that we see how we can fashion out that section.
Read it again. The statute shall regulate the terms and conditions as determined. Yes. Yes. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, we need to be very careful. As indicated earlier, we have passed a lot of university bills. Now, those that we have passed into law, we have not subjected the condition of service to the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission. So if you are now going to do this one to appear as if you are discriminating, so let's allow the status quo to prevail so that when we are...
Do you have the secret one? 32A II. Terms and conditions of service as determined by the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission.
No. I'm looking at Simon Diedo Dombo University.
This is secret University 1. And Simon Diedo Dombo is also here. 32 II. Terms and conditions of service as determined by the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission. So that appears to be a consistent position we have taken. So now, yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I must confess that that has been the position. And also, when our good friend, Honorable Udo, came and drew my attention, he said he would raise it, I said he should raise it. The operative word is regulate. The operative word is regulate. So, yes, we have put it in all the laws that we have passed for public universities. Mr. Speaker, I don't know. But how can the University Council regulate salaries, terms and conditions of employees' payments? How can they regulate it? Maybe we need to understand what regulation means here. Is it implement or what? I don't know.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the history of amendment, which has happened in about 6 or so university bills down, was that before this, if you read the University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development Bill, it said that the Council shall enact statutes for the implementation of this act, which shall in particular, A, regulate the following in respect of the employees of the university: appointment, conditions of service, termination of appointment, and retirement benefits. But this is now has been surpassed by the Fair Wages and Salary Commission, that act. And now is the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission that decides on conditions of service for all servants, including civil servants. It's Fair Wages and Salaries Commission. As we speak, the pre-tertiary unions are about signing the conditions of service as agreed with it. So, at that time when we were doing the Technical Universities Amendment Act, Mr. Speaker, there was a need because it gave the power, because we have different acts for different universities. That power had been given to the council. And what was happening was that different universities were giving lecturers different conditions of service. And the UTAC had advocated as far back as 2006, before the passage of the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission Bill Act, that they want uniformity. So that all lecturers get paid across the public university with the same conditions of service. So when it came to the Technical University Amendment Act, we could not leave the councils to continue to do the work that has been, by statute, what has been agreed by Parliament of Ghana in law. So Parliament constructed this piece that has gone through every act. So I do agree with the Honourable Member for Akachi South again, that this is what has prevailed since the Technical University Amendment Act. So we should keep it. And if there's a need to improve it, when we do the Public Universities Overriding Act, then we do it for all of them. Yes.
Yes.
So again, it is an oversight, as the Honorable Deputy Speaker said.
Yes, well, West.
Yes, Speaker, the way he raised the issue, I wonder whether we need an amendment to that part when we were considering the bill. No, once we didn't do so, and we are referring to this matter where in Dombo and CK Tedam, I think that it's appropriate we do so. In fact, I am a member of the Subsidiary Legislation Committee, and in trying to provide for conditions of service for almost all the forces, security agencies, and all that, there was always the need to invite a member, a staff of the Fair Wages Commission. And they helped us to formulate it. And they said that as per government pay policy, which referred to them eventually, because it is the Fair Wages Commission that determines all the things about wages, salary, and the so I think that what he's talking about, we revert to the where we change it to be fair wages word. And I'm surprised that the Minister for Education is not defending the things from. No, but that is not in this bill. You brought this bill without. You brought this bill without that fair wages.
All right, your point is well made. Please, let's proceed. The long title, please. Long title.
An act to establish the University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development and to provide for related matters.
There's no advertised amendment to the long title. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. An act to establish the Akenten Apia-Menka University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development and to provide for related matters. I so moved.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. All in favor of the amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now the long title as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The long title as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. That brings us to the end of consideration of the Apia-Menka University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development Bill 2020. Honourable Majority Leader, I intend to bring proceedings to a close unless you want to have something else in mind.
Mr. Speaker, let me express deep appreciation to colleagues, especially the usual people who day before yesterday and yesterday at the Union Committee were able to assist in fashioning this and doing all the reconciliations, such that today we have been able to finish this bill. I'm eternally grateful to them for the demonstrable commitment that they have been doing. The minister responsible is here. the minister responsible for all these bills that we are doing is here.
We have done about 4 of his
The
bills
minister
this
should not
year.
pretend that he's not listening to us.
We have done about 4 of his bills here. About 90% of that.
Mr.
Yes.
Speaker, more than that.
In his absence.
More than that.
In his absence. I want
More
to
than
emphasize that. No, not every time. About 2 or 3 of them.
Speak to the record. You are not speaking to the record. Mr. Speaker, so once again, as I said, I'm most grateful to them. We have 2 major bills outstanding. 2 major bills outstanding. The Securities and Intelligence Agencies bill and the Development Financial Institutions, which we must finish next week, and get them behind us. I appeal to the same group of people to us so that the House will be able to rise in the fullness of time. Mr. Speaker, I know you are in a hurry to your constituency, but I also know.
Yes, I've said that.
I also know that you stay. I also know that you stay for the completion of those 2 bills.
I didn't hear the last part.
Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that I know you are very much eager to leave your constituency. And I also know that you are committed to assisting the House in crafting the 2 bills. I know the second deputy speaker has finally arrived after taking some leave. after taking some leave, he will also join you to assist the House in fashioning those 2 bills. Once again, I'm eternally grateful.
Thank you. I'm truly eager to go to the constituency. A very close friend of mine was buried today due to COVID. That show is the director of administration of BVLA. Died, succumbed to COVID. He was buried this morning. Can't be there, But as I discussed with you 2 days ago, I stick to my. So we will consider that. But other members, the House is adjourned till Monday. The House is adjourned the 10th of August, 2020 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.